Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back. How's it going tonight, Jack? You're here for the murder. Well, we'll get to we'll guarantee get to some murder in a little bit. But we're going to, of course, it being December 2nd, we're going to be starting with some Madvent. Maybe there'll be some murder in this Madvent as well, you never know. We could be seeing some murder early, but yeah, Phoenix Wright will be a little, probably not too long. I doubt these are going to be that long, but we will be doing the final trial of Phoenix Wright 6. I don't know if we're going to be finishing it tonight, but because I'm sure it's going to be quite long, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get to finish it tonight. What is this one? A Mad Christmas Carol. Naughty boys don't have it easy during the Madvent season. Press G for God mode? Why, okay, well, when a game tells me there's God mode right off the bat, that definitely raises some questions. But sure, let's see what the hell this is. The 5 minutes, man. It could be 5 minutes, it could be an hour. There's been a couple that I did in the past. There was that one game, it wasn't streamed, it was on a recording day, but there was that one game that I think was like a 40-minute video almost or something like that. I don't know, it was weird. Okay, I'm just trying to switch the game over here. Apparently there's audio already. I don't even know how that's possible. I don't know if that's gonna capture or not. Actually, wait, I want this. Hang on. Is that gonna work? Okay, there we go. That does work. Perfect. This is what it started with. We were just jumped straight into whatever this is. Greetings, unlucky one. We have selected you for a game of fate. And entities of terrible strength will visit you every night amid this Madvent season. Season. Fight for your survival during the next 23 days. Did I just get cursed? Is that what we're starting with? Is me getting cursed? Can't believe this. It's not technical difficulties. So I can't, like, because of the way I capture games, I can't, like, just have it capture automatically. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work out well. It doesn't work with my setup. So I have to capture each, like, I have to tell OBS this is what the window I need you to capture. And I don't know, I can't select a window that doesn't exist yet, right? If the game isn't booted up, I can't tell OBS what thing to capture because it doesn't exist. So I guess this is like a dungeon crawler, but it's just the fights, maybe? Do we have any items? No. I got nothing. Okay, cool. We have money, apparently. I can change my fate? You can change your fate by strengthening your soul, but the Madvent will start anew. Huh? Yes? Did I make myself stronger? I don't think so. I think I was at strength 3 before. Alright, well, let's attack then. Yeah, I think it's like a prestige thing, but I guess you can't just prestige from the start, so there's probably something I need to enable the prestige. Because, yeah, I mean, obviously that would be really weird. Well, at least there's God mode, so I mean, I would say we're guaranteed to see this to the end if I need to. These are some interesting creatures, though. Okay, so the strength is pretty, like, 1-to-1. So basically, I kill it in 2 hits. It would need, like, 12 hits to kill me. Makes the math really easy here. Interesting idea to have, like, incremental game mechanics in a dungeon crawler. That enemy, it looked like the close-up of, like, skin flakes or something, or like a flea. Like, you know when you use, like, a microscope? And it's like, it turns skin to, like, a bunch of jagged mountains? It's kind of what that looked like. Strength 4 is pretty scary. Yeah, I don't have any, like, weapons or anything. I don't know how I'm supposed to use money. I'll probably prestige in the sec here, see if that like does anything. I'm just worried that's not going to do anything. Because I'm probably going to die next round here, because I only have like 10 health. And only 3 strength means that this is not going to happen. Oh shit. It's Saint Nick himself. Yeah, strength 5, that's 2 hits. I need 3 hits, so like, I'm going to change my fate here. Because I mean, I'm going to lose anyways, right? Oh, here we go. I see. There, now we get to the store. So we have to restart, but now we can upgrade our stuff and buy things. Oh, that's probably what I should buy. Let's go for... What's the strongest thing? Excellent. What every good warrior needs. A maze? Like a labyrinth? I'm just gonna... Am I just gonna throw a book of mazes at them? Can we buy... Yeah, I can buy a sandwich. Let's buy that. Armor... Wait, did I just heal myself? Do I have to heal? And... Oh god. I think I do. Yeah, you don't heal when you restart. Oh. Okay. Oh, I have to make sure I put my stuff on. I mean, I can use it later. That's fine. I'm gonna put this on. Equip the katana. Yeah, see, now we can just one-shot most of these enemies. Alright, this is actually kind of cool. I see how this is working, and this actually has... it seems alright. We can just speedrun the first few days now. No problem. Plus, we still get the same amount of gold. So we can buy more stuff, too. I'll buy armor next, most likely, if we need to restart again. But for now, I'm just going to spam attack. Spam attack until we get to... I don't even know what. 7 health? Yeah. It's going to be a bit before I don't one-shot. With the way things are scaling. I mean, clearly this wasn't meant to be played for very long. Yeah, this is where we stopped last time. So yesterday, I found, like, and I looked at when it was uploaded too, but I found that they actually uploaded a new Madvent for this year. Like, literally right after I stopped streaming. It was like they released Madvent 5, which was really unfortunate timing because I just started this one. But I don't know, I didn't think there was going to be another because like they didn't release anything last year. 2024 had nothing. So I just assumed they were done with it. But I guess now we've got 2 more years of this to go through at some point. But the video was like uploaded like basically right when I started streaming. It was like super unfortunate timing. I mean, the stream's early because like I want to make sure we get. Well, obviously this. I wanted to put a little extra time in so we had time for this. But I'm not sure how long I want to. I don't know if Phoenix Wright is going to be a 2-parter. So here's the thing. Next week, you know, Tuesday's open. Whatever. I can do it Tuesday then. The week after that is Final Fantasy. So there won't be a Phoenix Wright. Like 2 Tuesdays from now. That would be a guarantee. That's Final Fantasy. And then the week after that, I'm probably won't be streaming. The week after that, I probably will be streaming. So I would hate for like, you know, to... Okay, now we have to be careful. I would hate to like start another case or like have this be like a 3-parter and then just like I want to make sure if I'm not gonna stream Phoenix Wright for a couple weeks, I want to make sure that we're not like on a cliffhanger of some sort. So I figure if we can at least do case 5, then that's fine, and then we can just come back to case 6 whenever I need to. I wasn't paying attention. I forgot to heal. That's fine. Do I like restart or? Oh, I think I might. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna still do this. I just needed to. I was too busy talking and like mashing and not realizing that that's when I need to stop. You can't click next here, by the way. It does nothing. Next is useless. Yeah, because the 7.4 patch comes out on the 16th, right? So not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that. So I'll probably stream that. I don't know. I might stream it. I might record it. I'm still not sure at this point. So with that in mind, yeah, because I think I lost everything, right? Yeah, we had to actually. Damn, that sucks. Okay, that's okay. We're gonna do this though. There's a chance it might be a stream. Because like my plan would be to do the whole story, and then of course we'll do the raids. So it might be a stream, it might not. I think last time I recorded it instead of doing a stream of it. For most part, doing recordings of Final Fantasy is nicer because I can just like cut out all the downtime, like walking around between things and also waiting for like queues and stuff. It's nicer that way. But at the same time, I don't mind streaming it when it's like a big thing, like a patch day or something as well. Just depends how it works out. It's easier to do a stream for like a big patch or versus like just, you know, trying to tack on like an event or something. So I usually record the events, but I don't know, the patch, it depends. But that was kind of the plan. So I'd like to not be in a halfway through a case for Phoenix Wright when that comes out. The other thing too is next week, there won't be Mario. There might not be Mario next week because like, so that was the other reason I wanted to try and see if we can do the rest of this case today. Because if that works out, then I have some rhythm game stuff I'd like to do next week. But whether or not Mario ends up being streamed will depend on if we do Phoenix Wright. Because like, if I could finish the case today, the chances of that I think are like 50-50 at best. But if I can finish the case today, then I would do like the rhythm game stuff next Tuesday, and then we could still have Mario. But then like the week after, like then that's what I mean. It's like the week after that, and a couple weeks after that, it's like, well, it'd be weird to just start Phoenix right now, and then like be halfway through like case 6, and then not be able to do it. Okay, so we're gonna die here. Math says we're gonna die, so let's change our fate. I didn't get as much money this time, apparently. I think that's because I only redid it once, which sucks because I don't have enough for the katana. That is very unfortunate. Actually, you know what we could do? What if we did... Okay, hang on. What if we just did this? We can survive the first couple days here. How much money do we get from this first fight? I'm so close to the katana. There's no point, like, buying something else now. Yeah, 1 gold, that's fine. You do 2. Okay, we're good then. Is this guy gonna give me 2 gold? Because actually, that's just enough. If we can get 2 gold, that's perfect. Oh, 4 gold. Okay. See, now we can change fate and get the katana. And this time I'll pay more attention. And then, okay, we can't buy anything else. That's okay. I'll pay attention to health here. So we got 7 health. Okay, that's fine. We're... Oh, wait, so I forgot to equip it. Okay, there we go. Okay, we got 18. We can one-shot the first few days. At least up to Santa. Maybe the dragon that was after it. And then we'll be fine. Instant glass cannon? Hell yeah. That's why I like to build. These days I've been, I don't know, like last few RPGs I played, I've been doing high crit type builds. So basically I just go for like super high speed hits, like where I get as many hits in as possible, as fast as possible. And then, okay, yeah, we can still one shot because we always go first. And then just like go for high crit rate and high crit damage. And just let the crits do everything. Because like, if you think about it, you know, if you get a high enough crit thing going in an RPG, one strength upgrade is actually more like 3 or 4 strength upgrade. It's more efficient. Yeah, it's a little like dangerous. It's more dangerous for sure. But these days, I don't know. I've been doing a lot of crit builds. If I'm not doing magic, I'm usually doing crit. way back in the day when I was a kid, I would go like high attack, high defense, you know, classic sword and board kind of thing. But I've been trying, last few years I've been trying like other types of builds, and I find that I've been a big fan of crit type builds. Yeah, I've heard that the Xeno 2 crit, basing all your healing off of crit is like really good. My setup isn't really, I don't really have that for a setup. I do have dedicated healing, and if you know where I am in the story, then you know who I'm using for that. Let's see, 10 health. I've got 18. We're good. We can kill the Vavith. We're fine. So if I might, I don't know, it'd just be a lot of work at the moment for me to like retool everything for crit. I actually haven't been doing like a ton of crit. Zeke's got crit, but that's just because that's Zeke. But like actually going for deliberately crit, I haven't really. And I think most of that kind of comes down to me just not really bothering with like the blade chips. I like most of the blades I have, if they're equipped with anything, it's like whatever random junk I found on the floor. I haven't really gone to like a chip shop to like make chips. I just haven't like bothered with that. I keep forgetting to. I'll go to all the other shops, but I just like, I neglect the chips. Okay, 12, 18, we're still good. You can't do shit. We're fine. Believe in the math. How much money is that? 5? How much money do we have? We have 25. That's pretty good. We could buy some stuff there. Okay, 13, 18. We're still good. I just want to grind as much money as possible, so we can make the prestige as efficient as possible. Yeah, there's lots of things that give you crits for, or healing for each crit you do. I have a few blades that have that as one of their skills as well. So it's definitely, I get the appeal for sure, because like, yeah, crits are fun. I just don't really have, I would need to go and like set up everyone to have like high crit rate. Okay, 18, we're fine. And I haven't really been doing that with this build. My build is like I've got Rex as kind of like an all-rounder, especially now. I've balanced it out between ether and physical. Zeke is like, I go all in on the attack rate, and he has high crit rate, so I kind of keep him on that. 16 is fine. And then I still use Morag for tanking, because evasion tank's cool and funny. Funny evasion tank is best tank. Alright, 18, 18, we are good, we can still attack. That's gonna kill. Okay, now we're prestiging, because I need health. We made it all the way to December 13th on this one run. It's pretty good. Yeah, this is where I fucked up. Yes. Okay, 44 gold. Can we buy any better weapons? It's only a 5 upgrade. I'll buy some max HP, I think, this time. Oh. Okay, we're gonna buy this. But we're gonna do like a quick couple runs here, couple days. Again. Just to get a couple more gold. Like, I'm literally 3 gold away. So let me like do December 3rd, and then we'll buy that. Rex goes healing, Zeke's the goat, and Morag Tor. See, so for me, I was like torn between if I wanted to play as Rex or Zeke, because I also gave Zeke, what's her name, Crossette. Because if you play Zeke with Crossette, it's like actually fucking busted. I had the setup going where I was doing like 15,000 damage. No, like more like 30,000 damage a second. Because he just shreds. His attack rate goes so high, and then you combine that with the fact that if you just pick up potions with her, her attack gets boosted by 500%. So you just get like insane attack output, because you just spam the one move over and over again, and he basically can't be stopped. And it's really fun to do that. But then story happened, and now I've been playing as Rex because now he can't be stopped. In fact, actually, I'm in a bit of a weird spot, because right now, anytime I do the thing with Rex, he ends up becoming the tank, and he's not built to tank. because he just generates so much aggro. Okay, we have enough here to get some armor. Oh, we can even get the battle suit now. Perfect. Max HP plus 36. Does that give me health, or do I still need to heal? Like, does it automatically do it? No. Okay, so we still need to... wait, no. Do I have money? I have 11. Yeah, let's change fate. I need to buy some... I just wanted to see if that, like, gave me health before I bought anything else. We'll buy an omelet. Just to heal up a little bit. There we go. That'll help a little bit. Oh yeah, we still only have that. Okay, we'll buy another weapon this time. We're not going to make it any farther. Well, we might be able to. We got 31 health. I might be able to take a hit. Or two. At some point here. We can at least get back to 13. She's the main character DLC speedrun for a reason? Wait, Corset's in, like you mean Torna? I'm guessing a lot of the blades are in that DLC as well? I mean, I'm pretty sure nothing carries over, right? Like, that's a completely... It's like a standalone game, right? But a lot of the same blades are carried over. I mean, that would make sense from a development standpoint. Then you don't have to develop a bunch of new characters. I mean, I still think it's, like, impressive as shit that, like, all of these... There's that many fully voiced characters that all have, like... that are, like, all uniquely designed and have unique abilities, and I think a lot of them have, like, unique quest lines as well. Because there's a lot of those, like, of the rare blades that have their own designs. Like, holy shit, there's a lot. Coffee with milk? Is that what they're calling it? Alright, okay, when given the choice, who did you pick? Because you know the choice I'm talking about, right? That's in that same cutscene? Because I just ended up picking Mithra. I don't know, for whatever reason it made sense in the moment, but it was also like 3 AM when I watched that scene. Chris says the blade for any percent DLC for the base game. I'm not surprised. See, what's really sucks though is I wish I could tell the AI to do certain things, because it would probably destroy the game if you could do this, but I wish Xenoblade 2 or just any of the Xenoblades in general had a programmable AI system, like something like a Gambit system from FF12 or the command system from like Dragon Age Origins, because I would love to tell a AI Rex to just use anything that generates potions. Constantly generate potions, because then I would play Zeke with Corset and get like, and just constantly be at 500, because you can generate so many potions as Rex. I had like 10 potions on the battlefield constantly, but of course the AI doesn't know how to take advantage of that. So yeah, putting like Crossset on Zeke is like still the best option, even passively, I think. But it's just unfortunate you can't take full advantage of it. Or if you could like switch characters mid-battle, if I could like just take control of Zeke for a second. Kind of like a FF7 remake. Yeah, okay, we can go up to here. Actually, we can go around further, I think, because we got some... Well, I don't want to waste... I was trying to heal. I want to get some attack up here. How much money do we have? What's the next weapon? 55 gold. Oh yeah, we can't see unless we prestige. Strength 11, that's going to take 2 hits. Oh, yeah, I can survive 2 hits. It just sucks because like we're right there. And 55 gold. I don't remember how much it was. Fuck it, let's just go. We'll go another round. I can do another day. But it means I'm gonna have to spend money on food again. Mr. President. I like that. Yeah, this is gonna take 2 hits. He's gonna... I'd be able to survive, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Oh, we can buy the best weapon. Okay, there we go. Shame I can't sell my old weapon. We can buy some noodles. That's about it. There's no trick here. Everything, yeah, these are all like, okay. There's no reason to buy like 2 of the lower items over one of the bigger items. Use, weapon, equip, 31 strength, and yeah, we still have that. Okay. Wait, what? Oh no, that's right, I was at 20 health. I don't know why I was thinking that was wrong. Okay. 31 strength, we're good for a little bit now. Now we can spam. Think he went pyro for that one? Corin's also busted? He seems pretty good. I haven't really played. I don't feel like playing this tank in this game. I don't mind playing healer if I need to. That's been working okay. I'm still getting used to like having to pay attention to the health bars because up to this point I've just let the AI do all that, unless you know the odd potion drops. But yeah, I haven't really felt like playing tanks. I haven't really tried out any of the tank builds, but he seemed like he was probably the best one to have. He was like a perfect fit for Marek too. Like I can't remember all he had, but I remember like it complementing her evasion stuff pretty well. He's not a tank. Well, he wasn't a tank, but he complemented her tanking style of evading. Is I think what it was. I don't know. I just remember him having like a bunch of shells. Like, oh, this is perfect for Morag. I haven't looked at his like tree in a while. Because like a lot of it is just like, okay, well, I'm putting this on. I know it's good. I'm doing all the heavy thinking now, so I can just like equip it and forget it, kind of thing. And then just never worry about it again. Until I'm like, you know, and then once in a while. This is kind of like the way that Xenoblade works, I find. You know, with like some RPGs, I'm like constantly in the menu, constantly micromanaging and upgrading things. But with Xenoblade, I find that I can just like do like a big menu session once, play for like 20 hours or more, and then do another big menu session. I don't have to constantly be in the menu, which is really interesting. Like I've gone through multiple chapters at this point where I haven't even touched the equipment screen. And that was the case with like Xeno 1 as well, and Xeno X. I can just like do a thing and then like go and do like a whole bunch of stuff, and then maybe I'll do another menu or something, or finally upgrade. Because like I feel like a lot of the time with these games, it's less about the stats. I mean, the stats are very important, but it's less about the stats and more about how you use the abilities. Like your in battle, your mid battle strategy is much more important than your out of battle strategy. Yeah, we can keep going. Right, we can go up to 31 strength, which is probably going to be a little bit here. If you get to a boss with lots of tentacles, try getting a hole in one. You understand what I mean when you get there? Huh. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Do you get like a special item or something, or is it like a cutscene that happens, or? I don't think I can't recall having come across a boss in the game yet where doing something special activates something special. Because like I feel like the bosses have like one specific like goal or strategy in mind that you have to do. Like, oh, go take out this thing and then you can do this thing. Yeah, we can keep going. I want to make sure. I'm like double checking my health. I'm reading it like 3 times just so I don't accidentally click attack and end this entire game again. I don't want to have to activate God mode. We only have to get to the 25th, so should almost be there. I'm imagining there's going to be the last couple days. It's going to expect me to take a hit, so we might have to do another reset. We might have to do like one more reset, depending on how much money we get. Like, do a reset, make sure I'm at max health, and then if I can upgrade armor, I will. But so far, we're okay. What chapter am I in? I think technically 9. Yeah. No, 8 technically ended. I was kind of surprised 8 ended where it did. I thought it was going to be longer. But no, I'm pretty sure I'm in 9 now. I just finished, like, I got to the save that appears. So I haven't even seen what 9 looks like. But I finished 8, the save prompts showed up, and then I stopped. You haven't beaten 9, you haven't fought Miss Channel. Yeah, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't recall seeing any bosses with tentacles yet. Trying to think if there's even anything remotely close to your description that I would have fought. I can't. I've also been neglecting the side quests as a result now because I've gone through the entirety of chapter 8. I didn't feel right teleporting away from chapter 8. It felt weird to do something like that, so I didn't. So I know there's a couple of quests that should be around, like some of the DLC. I think there's at least one DLC quest unlocked in 8. Which, looking back, is kind of a weird time to unlock a quest like that, given that there's really... It's not in your best interest to teleport away from Chapter 8 because of your lack of team. It's like, I can't do anything. Even if I did want to go, I can't do anything. Of course you're at 32 health. You're exactly at 32 health. We can't even... I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. We can't even buy the golden armor, but we almost can. So, kind of want to... Okay, let's get the golden armor first. That's 8, right? Yeah, we can't buy any more weapons. Let's just get 8 more gold. Get the golden armor, and then I'm going to heal up to max, and then we're just going to go for it. And then that should be the run. I need more health for Rockzilla. Like, he would literally one-shot me right now. Okay, we need 4 more. See, I'm glad I did do the quests, though, up until this point, because I knew it was going to pull something stupid. The first game did it. X did not do it. X was fine with that. I was surprised that X never did it. But this game had, like, there was a point where there's a huge message on screen saying, yeah, you know, any quests you have in this one area, yeah, you can't do those anymore. Fuck you. And I was like, yep, good. Glad I was keeping up with my quests. I knew that was going to happen. I mean, I said last time too, I'm not going for 100%, but I do want to go for like high percent. I don't feel like doing all the nitty-gritty things that might be required and like the super micromanaging for like, say, a super boss or something. Although I've already seen one level 100 enemy lying around, and I definitely stayed away from that. But no, I'll do that on like a New Game Plus or something, because I mean there's already a couple of things I definitely missed. And there's some stuff you can't even do until post-game. And considering I still want to play through 3 and Torna, I'm probably just going to make sure I hit credits and then move on to the next thing. That's probably what I'm going to do. But until I hit credits, I would like to see as much of the game as possible that I can. So I'm going to continue doing quests, but I'm glad I haven't locked myself out of any, except that obviously the cow that you have to feed at the start of the game, because I forgot that again. Alright, we should have enough money now, right? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's get set up for our victory run here. Okay, we're gonna buy that, and we're going to buy 2 of those. Okay, and let's equip. And is that all the health we're gonna get? Okay. Let's use a meat stew. That was a little overhealed. That was a bit of a waste, but that'll be okay. We'll have an extra. Alright, now we just mash attack until we get back to, like, what was it, December 23rd? Something like that. And when we can finish this. This is a fun one. This one had some meat to it. Like that stew. There's a nice clear objective. The gameplay is like simple, but it has a little bit of thought required to do it. I did see when I was looking at the page for Madvent 5, I did see a screenshot of yet another RIP, the game we played yesterday. I don't know what they're calling it in that one. If it's like RVP. I mean, it's clear they keep adding I's because it's being clever with Roman numerals. So does that mean the next one's called like RIVP and then the fifth one is RVP? But I'm enjoying this a lot more than that one, for sure. That one was just weird. It was weird to look at, and I liked it for that, but like it was also very confusing. It's like 31, like how many days is that? Yeah, you're right. Except their strength goes way above 31. And we're only going up to December, I think, 25th. Unless that's like, we're gonna get the trick, the last second twist here. You know, like any good RPG, there's always like a twist at the end when you think it's the end, and then it turns out there's another 30 hours of gameplay. Still to this day, I am absolutely shocked that Xenoblade pulled that 3 different times. I kept thinking, surely this has to be the end. Oh, we're gonna get to the top of the Mechonis. That's gotta be the end, right? Alright, we'll go back for a little bit, do some other things. Well, you mean that's not the end either? Okay, well this has to be it. No, that's not the end. Okay. Still more to go. I think there was like actually 20 hours of game after I thought that the game would have ended. I don't think 2's gonna do that. Cross definitely didn't do that. Cross ended exactly when it did, which was really surprising considering how short that one is. Extremely short game. But 2 I don't expect to go beyond where I think it's gonna end because I'm pretty sure the DLC has spoiled how many chapters there are. Not that that's a big deal or not, anything, but pretty sure I'm pretty sure there's only 10 chapters. Unless that's like, I mean, maybe not. Maybe there are more than 10 chapters. I don't know. Maybe that's just, for whatever reason, the last one that DLC adds quests to. Yo, Wazigoo, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Hello. It's not going to do that, by the way. Well, it does. Chapter 10 is the last chapter of the game. You got kicked out of the raid? I don't know, it says you're raiding. It says you're a raider. Doesn't look like you got kicked out. I don't know how raids work. I've only ever done them like twice on Twitch. Because like anyone I would raid to, like all the people I know, when they did stream, a lot of them don't stream anymore very much. But when they did stream, they streamed at like completely different times. Like I was streaming well after they finished streaming. So I had no one to raid to, so that's why I don't do it a whole lot. I don't know anyone. Like by the time I finish like 1 AM, it's like, oh well, no one's streaming anymore. Got no one to raid to. Chapter 10 is the last chapter of Xeno 2. There's technically chapter 11 more post. Oh, okay, so it's, yeah, they just like gave it a designation so you can do like post game. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I appreciate. I like it when RPGs do that over making you like revert to your last save. I like being able to see like the aftermath of the story's events. Like I remember like back when I was a kid, I played Paper Mario 64, and then I played Thousand Year Door, and I was like really sad that Paper Mario 64, you had to go back to your last save because it felt like what you did didn't matter, and like it felt like you undid what you did, right? But then Thousand Year Door is like, oh yeah, you can save after the final boss. Like hell yeah. Then I can go around and you get to talk to everyone, and you get to see like how everyone's doing after you beat the game. I always preferred that. Nowadays, it's not a huge deal. I just kind of accept it as a fact of RPGs, but I always preferred when there was like a post-final boss save point. Yeah, I don't raid much, but since Pirate started streaming, we're trying to raid more. Yeah. No, last few days, like, a lot of people have been, like, raiding a year, so it's always appreciated. That's why I feel bad that, yeah, see, this is the guy. You have to take 2 hits on this guy, because he has 32 health. I definitely appreciate it. I just don't feel bad because, like, again, I don't have anyone I can raid back to because, like, my stream schedule is, like, so different. Oh, shit. It's Demonic Santa. He's got 100 health. Oh, he's got 35. Okay, so if I heal... How much does this heal? 50. How much do I have? 43? Okay, we can... Let me survive one hit so that the 50 plus 50 HP does its full value. So we'll be down to... Was that 13? We'll be down to 8 health. We'll go back up to 58. Then we can survive another hit. That's not going to work. We don't have enough... We need more healing items. Because if he has 100 health, it's going to take me 4 hits. I need to be able to survive... Oh no, I only need to survive 3, right? Yeah, because no, okay, so we do 1 hit, we go down to 8 health. Or, yeah, we go down to 8 health. I do a heal, that puts me back up to 58 health. I do hit 2. That puts me down to 23 health. I can't do hit 3 because then I need to still do a hit 4. So no, we have to go back. We have to prestige one more time. And we have to spend all our money on as many healing items as possible. Okay, now it's guaranteed that we win. I thought I was playing A6. I will be playing A6. So, last couple of years, one thing I've been doing in December is if you were here for any of the October streams where I did the PS1 demo discs, you can go watch some of them on YouTube. But the same people who do the demo discs for Halloween stuff, they actually do like a sort of horror holiday-themed Advent Calendar type thing, where they have like it's a collection of 24 games. This one has 30 for some reason, but they do like a collection of 24 games, all kind of Christmas themed to some degree. And it's been last couple of years I've been having a lot of fun like playing through it each day. So for the month of December, along with the regular stuff that we do, I'm trying to add on we do a day of Madvent. So yesterday we played a game where you had to rip apart walls into the fabric of reality itself to escape like some weird static entity thing. And now today we're playing a Christmas dungeon crawler game thing. 31, 61, 93, dead on 4th. Yeah, dead on 4th attack, but I can't survive the 3 hits. I needed to survive a third hit. I can only survive 2 hits. I didn't have enough healing for that. Yeah, this is the 2022 one, because there wasn't one for last year. We didn't have... So, they did 2022, 2023. They didn't do a 2024. So I thought they were done. And I've been doing them in order anyways. I only started doing this like a couple years ago. And I started with 2021. Then we did... or 2020, then we did 21. Now we're doing 22. But they actually just came out with a 5th one. Like, literally yesterday. Right after I finished streaming, I noticed it. So, we'll be able to continue this for a couple more years. Because now we have 2 more that we can do instead of 1 more. But I figure we might as well do them in order. Not really any big difference. I mean, this is the only thing you'll notice is on this one specific game. This is the only game that dates itself that I've seen in these 3 calendars so far. But they're kind of fun. I like these little things. Some of them are kind of demos for bigger projects. A lot of them, though, are standalone experiences designed specifically for the pack. I like that a little more than the PS1 demo disc. Even though that's kind of like in the name of itself. The demo disc... Yeah, most of those games are demos. This one, though, is more like a game jam compilation, it feels. Like, this isn't a demo of some bigger game. This is the game, right here, made specifically for this pack. These are probably some of the best holiday-themed games you're gonna find out there, honestly. Because I can't think of too many others that are, like actually Christmas-themed. Or something around Christmas. That are half decent. It's something of, I don't know, like, you can get decent Halloween games, you can get, like, decent, I mean, hell, there's decent Valentine's themed games, even. I think I've seen a couple of Easter games that weren't too bad. But something about Christmas, it's like, I can't think of any actually good Christmas games. Like, sure, some of them have been, like, kind of alright, or surprisingly decent. but none that I can think of that are actually good. The Grinch game I played on PS1, I will stand by that one. I'll give that one a pass. But it seems like something about Christmas just attracts like some of the lowest quality games you can find. But these packs are pretty fun. Okay, technically, alright. Technically, you can say Yakuza is a Christmas game. But that's like saying Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I think that's a little divisive. I don't think everyone's going to necessarily agree with that. Especially since some Yakuza games don't even take place in December. But for the most part, you could technically say it is. I wouldn't disagree with it. Was the Grinch game good? It wasn't bad. Like, it wasn't terrible. I actually thought it was pretty decent. The controls were fine. It didn't feel like shit to move around. And, I mean, for a collect-a-thon kind of game, especially on PS1 versus, like, you know, N64, where most of the collect-a-thons people remember are, I thought it was pretty good. I think we did end up 100%ing that game on stream. I think I did anyways. Or I got really close at least. It was one or the other. It's because it is a Christmas movie. I mean, like, okay, I've actually never seen Die Hard. I just know that people like to argue one way or the other that is. But is the main argument that it is because it literally just takes place during the holidays? That's it? Because, like, yeah, then by that argument, Yakuza is a 100% Christmas game. Because most of them take place during the holidays as well. You can walk around and you can see, like, Christmas trees and lights in some of the buildings. It's not a whole lot, but I don't know. I mean, it's Japan, so I don't know what kind of... they like Christmas, but I just don't know what extent they have, like, Christmas trees and stuff out. I mean, it's Tokyo as well, so snow's, like, not really a thing. I compare Tokyo to Vancouver. It's mostly rain. Maybe the odd snow, but it's mostly rain. Okay, so we have more than enough healing items here. We got all the meat stew we could ever want. So this guy... Okay, this one's fine. It's the next one that we have to survive a hit on. It's probably that Christmas games have a very specific time you can play them, so they have no power outside of December, so there's no reason to make them good. Yeah, that's true. But I think the same could be said about some Halloween games. Like, actually obliquely themed Halloween games. Okay, 32 strength, we have 43 health, we're fine. Attacking. And you still see people playing those games out of season. Like, even when it's, like, straight up about Halloween itself, and not just, like, I'm not talking, like, a horror game, like Resident Evil, I'm talking, like, an actual Halloween game that's, like, Halloween-themed. Like, one classic I can remember, way back, like, 15 years ago, just about now, Costume Quest by Double Fine. That is a Halloween game. That's not a horror game, that's a Halloween game. Okay, so we need to heal. Inventory. Use the stew. 61 health, 35 health. We are good for one attack. He's going to attack. We're down to 26. Alright, heal again. Okay, we're at 75. We can now attack. We can attack twice. Because we can now survive the next attack. Okay. Alright, we go first. So we win. Now, is there a 25th? Or was this the final boss? No, I think that was it. There we go. We saved Christmas. And also didn't get cursed. Halloween games are just horror game. Those never have a clock attached to them. Nah, no. I'm talking like games that are about the holiday Halloween. If you don't know what Costume Quest is, go look that one up. It's a Double Fine classic. But it's literally about 3 kids going around trick-or-treating on Halloween. That's like the actual game. And I don't even think that game came out in October. I think that game like came out earlier in the year. I don't remember whatever year it was. But it definitely wasn't October. All right, well, there we go. That was a pretty good one. That was like a proper game, which you hit or miss if we get those in these packs. But that was a good one. I like that one a lot. So tomorrow, which will be a recording because I don't stream on Wednesdays at the moment, I'll make sure we have a video for whatever this is. Do they know? Who knows what we're going to what we can expect from this? It could be literally anything. There's been ones where it's just like a movie. It was like a video. It was like a poem I read on stream or in a video. So it might not even be a game. Who knows? I don't know what this is. Do they know what it is? Do you know what it is? We'll find out. In the meantime, it's time to switch over to Phoenix Wright. So let me quickly go to here for now. All right, there we go. I was thinking Costume Quest. That's carried by being a good game, so it gets fast. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, right? Because like it's, I don't know. Let me see when that game came out. I'm curious now. What time of the year did it come out? Because now it's bothering me. Costume Quest. Oh, there's even a sequel. I forgot there was a sequel. Okay, so the first one did come out in October of 2011. How about the sequel? All right, the sequel did come out in October. All right, never mind. They did release them timely. But those, yeah, you can. I think you can play those games any time of the year. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing those out of season. Whoops. Where's my game? There we go. Yeah, I looked it up because I had to know. I was wrong. I thought it came out like before October, but I guess they did make it a timely game. I don't know, I'm trying to think of other Halloween games I play. There is... Okay, well there's one about... There was this one it's an indie game. It's on itch. I can't remember what it's called, but it's not really a game. It's like you get to... It's like a pumpkin carving simulator. So I guess that's pretty like Halloween as well, but I think you can't technically play it out of season because the guy only runs the server for like the gallery mode during October. But it's like you make a pumpkin, you put it in like a level, and then people can walk around and like look at everyone's pumpkins. It's really cool. But I think you can like run the single player portion out, and I would say there's nothing wrong with carving pumpkins outside of the month of October. Where's the game? There we go. The Cave is a double playing game? Yeah, no, the Cave, that was one of the first games I bought on Wii U, fun fact. I had a lot of fun with that. I never finished it, but I think I did like most of the, I did 2 runs. I did 2 of the characters. I thought that was a pretty fun game. Back when like an indie game being released on a console was like a way bigger deal, and it wasn't just like a daily occurrence. There used to be a time when you had an indie game, it was actually like a big thing. It was a special occasion. Alright, so here's the main tracks. This is what everyone came here for, I'm sure. It's time for us to continue the final, or start the final trial. Continue the final case, but we're starting the final trial today. So where we left off last time, we did a bunch of investigating around Cretin and discovered that Dirk may or may not be a murderer. In 2 different murders, one of which he doesn't remember because he might have been knocked out or possessed or both, and another one that actually doesn't even exist. A fake murder. He's being accused of fake murder. This is perfect. We're starting with a cutscene and everything. Oh yeah, and this was also happening. Everyone's very mad at the courts right now. Yeah, it was on Wii U. Yeah. See, my problem with my Wii U is it's only half the stuff works because the internal storage got corrupted, and I can't fix it. So anything that was like installed in the main storage, I can't even delete it. Like if I go to data management, it just crashes the Wii U. So I don't know. I'd have to like probably my only option is to. I've tried modding it as well. Modding didn't work either. I couldn't figure out like a way to work around it at all. I think the hardware itself is actually fucked. So the only option I have is to buy a new Wii U and then hope that somehow like I can get Nintendo to transfer the account over, because I think they seem to still do that. Surprisingly, they do still offer that service. But if there was a game that's like installed on thing, I can't reinstall it and I can't play it. So any game that was like installed internally is basically I don't have that game anymore because there's nothing I can do about it, which sucks. Even my disc games, like if I put in a disc and the save file was on the internal storage, I can't play that disc anymore because like it can't load the data. So any game that I played that's from before, I want to say like 2013, early 2013, before I plugged in the hard drive and pretty much used it like 100% of the time, is like gone. And there's a number of games there, unfortunately, that are just not accessible anymore. So maybe one of these days I'll fix it. But at the moment, it's like, yeah, it hasn't really been a big, I still like the Wii U. There's still some games in there I like to play. It just sucks because like I'd have to, like, I have the games. I don't want to have to rebuy them elsewhere, is the thing. It's like, I could buy some of them on PC, or Switch, but like I have them on my shelf on Wii U. It's why I keep all my old games, so I don't have to rebuy things. So, whatever. It's unfortunate. But I will admit, I haven't booted up in quite a while for anything or had a hankering to play for a while. So I mean, that's why it hasn't really been a desire to try and get fixed. But that's okay. Anyways, let's start some Phoenix Wright. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Well, I mean, we're going to be dead if we lose, so I don't think that's really going to matter. The trials are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference: the divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. They haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurein. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of the evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what's that secret you're keeping? Unrelated, but I really want to go back to Bayonetta Origins. I haven't played that yet. I wanted to beat 3 before I even thought of like looking into that one. Here you go, just like I promised. Yeah, and there's our Founder's Orb. Boy, I can't wait to see how this is actually used, because I have like so many guesses onto what we're gonna do with it. I'm sure one of them's right. I'll be very shocked if I didn't guess correctly. Thanks, Daz. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Wow. It's one of those countries, is it? Actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution, and every Kurenese person, rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm gonna win this one. You'll see. Trial begins shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Is Phoenix gonna help us behind the desk, or are we just working with Athena today? Okay, I want it. You know what I want to see? It's the final trial. They need to go all out for it. If Nayuta tries to attack Apollo with the anal beads, I want to see Apollo catch the beads and chuck them back at Nayuta. You know how sick that would be? Like, imagine if Phoenix had the balls to do that with the coffee cup against Godot. That would have been so cool to see. All of the plot details are coming back to you now. Ah, okay. Let the trial of Dirk Sadmadi begin. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuda. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kakur Kurein and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Kurein. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmadi? Prosecutor Sadmadi? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? Oh, very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuda? Well, Prosecutor Sadmadi, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmadi. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. He seems confident. I know it takes way. Yeah, that's right. We did have the coffee, the coffee off, the sip off. That was pretty cool too. But like, I want to see Apollo. Apollo, I think his personality would be the kind of guy who would catch the beads and chuck them back, even if they are supposed to be like, I don't know, adopted siblings. Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Noyuda? You know, if he just left out that name, I feel like he could have been talking about both of them simultaneously. I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha. Accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmadi has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. Oh, someone does have issue with this. You? Isn't this in your favor? One moment, if you would. Your Eminence! Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh, we're getting a tag team? Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmadi does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmadi? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the Crown Dirk Sadmadi personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen gonna prosecute the case? Is that, you know, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned king, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Kurein. Now, isn't this gonna pose a conflict of interest in a different sort of way? Who was it that covered up the not murder of the previous queen? First, Your Majesty, and now this. Why doesn't everyone tell me these things? I heard she'd serve as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. Also, Phoenix is gonna help us today, hell yeah. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, but no lawyer could stand up to us.
I'm at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to her eminence at work in the Hall of Justice.
Did former queen do defend work then? It sounds like, well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Do we know what the former queen did? That's a good question. Oh, hang on. Wrong button. Is she even in here? No, I guess not.
No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might.
Whoa! Holy fuck! Alright, I didn't know we were, like, playing Diablo now. Okay, this really is the final boss then. She just, like, did her mid-fight transformation. What the? That's Queen Karan? Talk about an extreme makeover. Oh my god, those nails. I've seen people with nails like that. It's like, how do you even do anything when you have nails like that? Like that looks so inconvenient.
It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Korean, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed.
I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality?
Know this, lawyer.
Yes?
Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is.
She's dead serious.
Now it is time for the divination seance. Aoife, come forth.
I was actually not expecting any of this. I thought we were going to get like a cool Nayuta versus Apollo. They're going to like settle their differences and all that during the trial. It would have been poetic, you know, brother versus brother. And then she comes in here. It's like, okay, I mean, that kind of makes sense in a way. Probably because she wants to cover up the not murder that happened 23 years ago. And then this.
Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence.
There is always a final boss prosecutor, but they don't do a transformation. Well, okay, not always. Godot was the final boss of 3, and we never got a second prosecutor for 4. 2 was a little different. I think 2 had a special one, no? Yeah, that's right. Edgeworth showed up in 2. Von Karma shows up in 1. Godot was pretty much the final boss of 3. Because like I think that was the big twist, was that you had to accuse the prosecutor. That was the big ending of 3. And then 4 was just, I mean, they didn't have one there. That was... And neither does 5. Black Quill is the final boss of that game too. I don't know, it seems kind of evenly split at this point. Can't really tell if there's going to be like a final prosecutor switch off, handoff or not.
Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence?
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. Lots happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. Oh yeah, no, that's right. 5 was Edgeworth. What was 2 then? Was 2 Franziska, or did they do a swap? I don't think they did. I thought it was Franziska all the way through. Or maybe she did do a swap. I actually can't remember.
We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline? Coming from her? I don't like the sound of that at all. Do you think that she got this get up on when she went to go discipline her child? Wait. Gran didn't do something to her, did she?
Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution is yet to review its content. Is this divination from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case.
Ooh. Guy's got a ulterior motive.
You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all.
Was 2 also Edgeworth? Yeah, you think you're right. I think 2 was Edgeworth. Did she get fucking shot? That's right. Yeah, she got shot by the kidnapper. So she couldn't perform, so it was Edgeworth. You're right. So Edgeworth has been the final prosecutor in 2 of the games. So yeah, okay, so I guess it's only 3 and 4 were the only ones where they didn't switch it up. Well, yeah, I guess more often not than they do. Curious to see what we're going to do in... I mean, depending how you want to count Layden and the investigations duology, those ones... Well, okay, investigations, I don't know if you can really count, because you're constantly arguing with different people all the time. I don't think that really counts. There's no consistency in that one. But Layden was like... No, Layden did... That's right, you face off against Layden himself for a little bit. Well, a little bit, and then it goes back. That one's weird. That one's also kind of weird to count. So yeah, the majority of the games, I think I would say yeah, you do have a special prosecutor for the final case.
You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati?
It's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered.
Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence. This case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the burden of a beloved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sadmati, your Majesty, can this child truly proceed without a divination seance?
Can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand.
Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fool, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now.
The head prosecutor lady from PVL? Yeah, I mean, okay, so if I remember that case correctly, you face off against Layden near the end, but then doesn't he, like, switch back? Or was it the other way around and you do finish the case with versing Layden? It's probably the latter, if I had to take a guess. I'd have to go watch the stream again. It's been a few months now. I don't remember what the order of events was there.
Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the deviation seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved.
Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see.
Very well. Let us begin the deviation seance. Lena, my robe.
Oh. Looks like Naina's still missing. It's been a whole day already.
Bobbed head.
Yes?
You remove my robe.
I feel like at this point, she actually just doesn't know how to remove it herself. Well, why me? As if Phoenix would know how to remove it.
Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin?
Great. Been reduced to royal robe remover. Now you know how Apollo feels. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement.
Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now.
Alright, so as for the real culprit of this case, I think there's two possibilities here. I think the obvious one is that it's the Queen. We're going to have to accuse the prosecution at some point during this case. The other option, somehow, for whatever reason, is that it's Nana. Because why else has she been missing this so long? Or that's because Nana's going to come in with, like, the previous Queen and reveal to everyone that she's still alive and then just completely, like, destroy any credibility this Queen has. It's going to be one of those things. One of those three things has to happen.
You know.
Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination
Queen was
seance
100%.
in your
Oh,
name.
100%. But see, that's why I don't know if it could be her, because it's
Let
so
the eyes
obvious.
Of everyone here be clear.
I feel like it
and
can't
our
be the
ears
truth,
be unstopped.
or it can't be the whole truth, anyways. Like accusing her would be such an obvious thing to do.
Devotion, guide the
That I don't think we're gonna get to do it.
Me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Plus, like I said, you know, we already did that with 3. We had to accuse Godot in 3. So they might not do it twice. But maybe they would do it twice. Maybe that's why they would do it twice, because you wouldn't think they would do it twice. Nana saw something that she wasn't meant to see. Yeah, she probably just ran away. What's the chances of Nana being the previous queen, though? There's the secret 4th option. What if she is the previous queen? I don't know if that would really explain why she ran away, but what if she is the previous queen? Because there's still a lot of mystery surrounding, like, where that person is and all that. They don't want to say anything. Like, it was 23 years ago. That woman's probably would be old enough to be Nana. And why do you think, why else would have Rafa reacted the way she did when she saw that picture? She probably realized something about who Nana was that whole time. Nana could be dead too. I mean, that's probably like the most obvious thing to have happened. She might have been killed, and then we're gonna get a triple homicide case here. Just tack on another one of Dirk's like rep sheet. Why not? Maybe this will reveal something here. Oh, no, we're gonna get nothing. Huh. She can't do it. Someone's not shocked, though. Oh. Goodbye.
Your benevolence. What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take a benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This is not good.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing.
I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rafa's gonna be overwhelmed. Still just a child.
It seems you have no choice but to move to witness testimony. Your Majesty. Oh, yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would.
Yeah, I guess he would be the first witness, wouldn't he? It's kind of the only witness, no? Or maybe a guard probably saw something? I guess we could interview the guard. Maybe we'll get to interview Emma.
Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. But true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. God, we have to use the widget therapy on Rafe at some point, right? Yeah, probably. Didn't we already do that though? I thought we already did a thing on her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony,
It's a paddling for you!
he, along with his cabal of treacherous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders.
What? I should have known there's a catch. Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Gran.
Now then, Mr. Dirk Saltmadi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened?
Well, I would, if I could. We did widget therapy during the civil case? Yeah, but was it on Rafa? I thought we did... I feel like we did a therapy on Rafa already. Probably not, though. I can't see when we would have. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I've no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. I'd go against everything I believe in. Yeah, we haven't done anything. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know why I was thinking. I thought maybe we did, but then it's like, wait, no, when would we have done that? Wouldn't have made sense. That didn't explain squat.
For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Was he caught in the act, though? Because all we saw was him standing over the body. That means jack all. What if, like, the real murderer came out and just slipped it into his hand and then, like, I don't know, had a bucket of blood and splashed it with him?
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmadi.
Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Gran wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low can she go? With a paddle like that, I think very low.
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination?
We saw him die, then that'd be caught in the act. Well, yeah, but we didn't see him die. We just saw the dead body. Hang on a second. Okay, 100% that dizziness is him getting, like, I don't know. I was gonna say possessed, but then I realized, well, how would that work? Could this guy secretly have the ability to, like, to recall the dead? We don't know if males can do it, but there's no reason, nothing saying that a male can't do it, right? Like we haven't, I don't think we've been explicitly told that no, men cannot be spirit mediums. You're struck by sudden dizziness? Is it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. That's not the issue here.
A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent.
Oh?
A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Don't make me laugh, your malevolence.
How dare you?
I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall?
Well, that would certainly speed things along. Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen.
Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go with it, Duck. The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime.
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. I mean, that's pretty simple logic. What are you objecting to? You called, your eminence? Does she go anywhere without those goons? I mean, she is the queen. I think it would be weird if she didn't have an entourage of a guard with her at all times.
Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it?
No, your eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort.
And there you have it.
Oh, right. They did search the place. Hey, wait, you can't call them on as witnesses here. You gotta go through the proper channels here, okay? Wait until Dirk's done, and then we can ask questions.
Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her eminence on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
We got quite a few bullets in our chamber right now. We just need to use them at the right time. I mean, we do have literal bullets, actually. There was a gun, and there were shots fired. I don't know if that's something we should be presenting just yet, but... Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk.
Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sadamadi, if you would.
It's like, the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. So, that one we can definitely disprove. We can't prove you innocent without at least a possibility that a third party was there. Find the possible in the impossible, son. That's just what our lawyers got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right? Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off. Right. I can see why we are kindred spirits, you and I. Ha 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 ha. Jeez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. On the possible and the impossible? Can I prove that at least it was possible that there was a third party? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see. I came to... You say that he was as dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure? Well, it's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was.
Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Ingas much sooner than expected. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is.
You bloodthirsty spider. What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother.
It seems you do not truly have it. You truly do have a death wish.
Ha 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 ha. Is that really all you've got? Dirk, I'm begging you. Enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please. All right, all right. I'll try, but I can't promise anything. This guy's a fun witness. Days passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory's a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out.
How very convenient. But even if you have no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate.
You are forgetting one thing, Gran. I have no motive.
You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice.
I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution? He wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Oh, fuck. We got 2 statements added? That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony.
Very well, then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested.
A bloodless revolution. Could you be more specific? I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throne. So go ahead, Gran. Act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get.
You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you? You truly are a fool.
Do you have any idea what a martyr is, Gran? Because he's probably going to become one if you execute him.
I will prove your guilt soon enough and display your head for all of Kurein to see. People will forever speak of you. Not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are.
Yeah, I don't think she understands what that means. You're mistaken, you maleficence. It will be you the people will speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by her own people.
I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the headman's axe.
Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, despot. I know it's self-restraint is as foreign as apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this. Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I, when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances.
And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister?
Evidence? No, can't say I do.
In that case, you will strike the statement "I didn't kill him" from your testimony.
Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all.
Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will.
I don't think that's quite how that works, but I mean, hey, it's your kingdom.
Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him.
What?
Sure, whatever. It's the grand show after all, same as always.
I don't think we've ever had a statement removed from the testimony. That's a first. Is this a new statement, or did we already do this one? Oh, okay.
Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now, please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says?
All right, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it.
He believes I'll prove him innocent. Even with all these inconvenient truths? Is that what he's saying?
I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to truth, so don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought.
Don't worry, I know. Worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with.
I mean, that's kind of what Dirk's doing right now. Only we could establish the possibility of a third party.
But does the possibility itself even exist?
We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. Okay, so where's that one about third party? Possibility of a third party being in the tomb is probably non-existent. Unidentified bloodstain in the tomb does not belong to the victim. Dirk is unhurt.
Objection!
That's gotta be it. There's your possibility. Yeah, it's actually gone. They removed it. The queen has spoken and removed the statement from the testimony. I have never seen that in this game. That's actually a first.
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipate, because I can show you how there might have been a third party in that tomb.
Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale.
Now, what are the chances this blood actually belonged to Maya? I mean, as far as we know, she wasn't hurt. She didn't look like she was hurt. She just went to the hospital because she was fatigued. But is she gonna, like, come in here and reveal that she actually does have, like, a wound or something?
We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a blood stain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I'll remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident.
Oh, okay, that's right. We do actually know she wasn't injured. Okay, good, good.
Thing is, this blood stain we found had been wiped up by someone.
Yeah, I mean, Faye wouldn't have wiped up the blood. Someone else might have if she was injured.
What's this? But who would have done such a thing?
That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh? And to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
Bloodstain belongs to...
Mara, the real killer victim. Wait, who is Amara? Oh yeah, Mara's the other queen. Well, okay. Why do I have the sneaking suspicion that that A and B are the same option? Obviously, we can't say that now, but I just feel like that's probably the same person.
Bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact.
Objection!
Oh, there was.
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there.
Very well. Then tell me this. Where was the third party hiding?
Oh,
Crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look.
somewhere where no one would dare look? Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could the third party have hidden?
Take that!
Oh, I don't even have to move it. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. You can say for a fact no. Have you seen the ending of this case, Jack? You know what's gonna happen? Or are you just really confident that there's no way that Queen Amara is also the killer? I'm told it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
I mean, they killed someone. I think if they were gonna get cursed, it's already too late for them. But that's just it. Killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards are so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
Let's request a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Excellence.
Ooh.
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Huh? But trial's not even over. Damn, didn't know we were gonna be slinging spell cards today, jeez.
How soon you forget? You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment.
All I did was request a DNA test.
There is no need to request such a test.
Because you've already done it, right?
Oh your god, bring it forth now.
Here you are, your eminence.
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Satmadi.
What? From where? When? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where does blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Aw, shoot. You got me. Damn it. Thought we were on to something.
Pay attention, Horn Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not?
About that.
Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense?
Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I bet that's why she probably wiped up the blood. She went in there and wiped up the blood. Not to frame anyone specifically, but just to trick us into using it in this scenario right here. What a strange way to mess with a crime scene, and yet genius at the same time. Fell right into a trap.
Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime. It's beyond the realm of possibility.
Man, I could really do with a seance right now. Praise be for Queen Garan! Her eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare! Hate to say it, but she really got us good.
The Kitamara sarcophagus is under protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it.
Oh! Interesting info there. Thanks.
Therefore, it'd be impossible for some knave to have opened it.
Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer's still in there? No, that's just ridiculous.
I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening, Dirk Satmadi, the one who proclaimed the bloodless revolt? Has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder.
Yeah, we still don't know what's inside. Someone would have had to open it. All right, crazy theory time. Crazy theory time. Inga's not dead. And here's why. That wasn't Inga who was killed. I don't know if this is, I don't think this has been explained anywhere. What if someone, I don't know who, for some reason, did spirit channeling and they died during the spirit channeling? Would they stay transformed even after death? Or would they still go back to normal? I mean, how do we know it actually was Inga? Everyone's identified as Inga, but it wouldn't be the first time we've gone an autopsy wrong in that regard in this series. What if this is part of Inga's coup? Blind Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation amongst those who support him. True, but we now have an even bigger problem.
And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions.
It's a possibility, I guess, but that means that channeling Inga is going to be done. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's probably, it might not be Inga. Like, they identified as Inga, but like, what if, I don't know, what if they got it wrong? Because I feel like, because there was one case where the autopsy was incorrect in that regard. Like, what if he has like a secret twin or something? We've done that before.
Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sadmadi. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me. The embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed.
Did she just fire the judge?
As Queen of Korean, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused.
What? I mean, I guess she can do that.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to refute.
Not when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me.
Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Sure that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? Just might work. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing saying he couldn't have been dead already, right? Like, do we have an autopsy? Time of death is approximately 3 p.m. When did he enter the tomb? Do we have something that stated that? I mean, we have other timeline events, but I don't think we have anything stating when Dirk entered the tomb, right? No. Unfortunate. The cold can obfuscate the time of death? That was something we did learn last time, yep.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb?
What nonsense is this?
Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived at the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? After the body was found, like he wasn't dead yet. After Dirk entered the tomb, that's kind of going against what we literally just said. Before Dirk entered the tomb. I don't think there's any reason to believe that he wasn't dead yet. He looked pretty dead. Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Mr. Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable.
Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means... you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work.
Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all of this. I could do with a distraction.
Yes.
Let us hear what some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was saying. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she is recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
Poor guy. I was kind of half hoping that she would just, like, replace the judge up there. I think that would have been really funny if he was just straight up gone entirely.
I hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony for this time. How could my testimony be of any value? Your Benevolence?
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance is probably the last straw. Hope she doesn't pass out again.
Prosecutor Satmadi, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother. And only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. It is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you.
I know.
Grant told Rafa about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be? So third party knocked out Dirk and planted the body and knife? I mean, that would be the obvious thing to do, right? Like, if Dirk's not the murderer and the third party's the murderer, then clearly Dirk was set up. The only other thing that it could be is like he has the ability to do spirit channeling or something, and somehow someone forced a spirit channeling on him. I don't even know if that's possible. Force someone else to start a spirit channeling against their will. Thought they had to be like totally in the zone for that to work. So yeah, I mean, he had to have been set up.
Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb.
Okay, so he's been there for half an hour, at least. There's a lot of time.
Then at about 2:45, I saw Bob Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30.
But you never saw anyone enter the tomb before 2:30 because you weren't there. Someone could have easily been hiding in there the entire time. Can we get Maya in here? She would be a way better witness because she's probably been sitting in that tomb for like the entire day since she was kidnapped and all. Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location point you saw your father? And at about 2:30.
Yes, and shortly after that you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amada's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head.
What if it was like a suicide? And then the queen somehow helped with like setting up the framing. No one came in or out. Maybe he just killed himself. Not sure why he would do that. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, give me your evidence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure a spirit channeling is involved somewhere in this case. That's been like the crux of the entire plot of this game. It'd be really weird if spirit channeling was not a major component of the finale.
Hold it!
You'd say you've been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time.
There is much that weighs on my mind.
I see. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial.
Your benevolence? As Crown Princess, you're destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there'll be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
I guess it's not easy being princess. Your benevolence? I'd be happy to lend an ear if you ever like to talk.
What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life.
Sheesh, teenagers. She isn't even one.
Oh, benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well,
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way?
let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color.
He screamed and was looking pale? What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream.
Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. I don't think coals are what he would need to worry about. Taking one look at her right now.
It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm.
Sorry, that was rude of me. That's the classic Apollo I know.
Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important?
I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out?
I didn't see anyone else, just my father.
That last thing was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Ooh. Oh, 3 options? Softly or harshly? It's... Your benevolence.
Yes?
This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know, I know how you feel.
Please, stop. You presume too much.
It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something?
I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, hornhead.
Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. I thought that would be a bad thing to do. Yeah, he's probably right.
Now, back to my testimony.
I thought I was gonna get raked for being harsh on her. Fine. You want me to go all in, Phoenix? I will. Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more the better.
Details, you say?
Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone else in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Damn, okay.
Fuck, devil. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I'd stopped him in then.
I think you struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that statement to your testimony, your benevolence. Perfect. That's exactly what we were looking for.
Hold it!
Is the royal residence always so empty?
Naturally, it is where the royal family lives, and we are few in number. Besides Nana and the little birds who visit, I have no one else to talk to.
Is there anything more stereotypically princessy than talking to birds? So Nana wasn't around at all yesterday.
It seems she was quite busy. I was all alone the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately.
Rafa doesn't go to school, so she probably doesn't have any close friends. She must have led a solitary life. I guess being a princess isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Rafa, I shall buy you a new servant. What the fuck? I don't want you to buy me a servant like some sort of pet. I want Nana.
What if the queen offed Nana? Like, I feel like she's hiding something specific to this, the whole missing person. I'm beginning to see why Rafa turned out like she did.
Your benevolence, please tell us about what happened after you saw your father. Well, it was around 2:30 when I saw him head for the tomb.
Hold it!
2:45. Yeah, I believe that's around when we entered. Miss Wright, Athena, Dirk, and I were running toward the tomb.
Yes, I was taken aback as we don't normally see commoners in the palace courtyard. Even more shocking was that Dirk, a wanted man, was with you.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I thought the villainous leader of the Defiant Dragons was here with his minions. Because it was, you know, time for a revolution.
I think you've been watching too much of that TV show.
I have already banned its broadcast for containing content unsuitable for our kingdom. Besides, the actors playing Rafa looked nothing like her. I can't have my subjects feeling so disappointed when they see the real Rafa. Mother, why are you so cruel to me? Are you so ashamed? Once I'm all grown up, I shall be just as full-figured as that actress. Did I make an objection to that? Did I also point out how weird that was?
I mean, look, they both have a point, but I kind of agree with the whole it's an incorrect representation of the person. You know, I like my TV shows to have accurate representation of their source material. Now, maybe banning it on such a reason is a little harsh, but the Queen's not necessarily wrong here. Just placing all our hopes on one final growth spurt. final. She's 12. She probably hasn't even started her growth spurts. What the fuck's going on here? Am I crazy? Did I misread her profile? Where is she? She's 14. Okay, that's early enough. Probably haven't really started anything. That you're giving up before things have even started here. That's quitter's talk. For her sake, I hope it's in her DNA.
I suppose you could always hope for a miracle. I'll show you. I'll double my milk intake and grow big and strong. There, your benevolence. I think you are fine just the way you are. Now, may I ask that you continue with your testimony?
How much you want to bet that line was a little more specific in Japanese? Because, well, over here, we associate milk with general growth. Over there, they kind of associate milk with something a little more specific.
I wish I could grow up faster.
Hold it!
Most of that, Jack, if you don't remember, was referencing a very specific image that we were shown back in, like, Case 3, I think it was. They showed a promotional poster for their Steel Samurai ripoff. And, yeah, Reifa looked a lot more mature, let's say, than she probably should have. Is it possible you missed seeing someone pass through?
No, my veranda has a commanding view of the entire grounds, and I saw no one else.
That doesn't seem right somehow.
Do not underestimate my daughter. She may be lacking elsewhere, but her eyes are the finest. Lacking elsewhere?
Talk about a mother I'd never wish on my worst enemy. She needs Nana now more than ever. What if I didn't see anybody in the royal residence after 2 p.m.? That's a really long time to just look at a courtyard. She's probably lost in thought. She's at the age where I'm sure she's got a lot on her mind. Alright, we know exactly what we're pressing here. Now that we're done with whatever that was. Where is the statement I'm looking for? This one? Yeah.
Objection!
Can I kill this lady? You could try. Good luck killing the queen. Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness that claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when this little fella stole this hat from someone.
That's Nina's. I mean, nothing. Never mind.
You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana at sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. She's the killer. Nana's the killer. Only 14 girls hit puberty now. But that was the whole conversation we just had, though, was that she hasn't yet. Hey, did my mom drive you to the doctor and got a bunch of tests? What the fuck? That's kind of weird. That's not how puberty works. It's not like, oh, you're this age, it's over now. Something's wrong with you if it hasn't happened yet. Like, no, that's not how it works. The fuck? I don't think I didn't really have any growth spurts until I was like 16 or 17. I couldn't start growing a beard until I was like 20. I didn't have any facial hair throughout all of high school. At all. Like, the puberty is different for everyone. It's not something you need to go to a doctor to get tested. That's fucked up. Okay, alright. Well, in your case, it sounds like you actually did have some issues. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. But even so, just in general, like, I don't think there's any reason to be concerned if you're 14 years old and you still look like you're 10. No reason to be concerned at all. in my opinion. I knew people that were when I was in grade 7, I knew people who were already hitting puberty and were like twice my height in 7th grade. We're talking like literal 11-year-olds here. And they're already like 6 feet tall. So it's different for everyone. 6'10", no problems with ghost rays. Yeah. Just hitting puberty, yeah. It's like, people blame me for it. Is that what people are blaming these days? I don't know what people are blaming when I was a kid. All I ever got told was like, you know, people hit it at different times. You'll grow up eventually. It's like, okay, whatever. Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw.
Tis as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nena. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her head from her head in front of my father's residence.
I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because, my mother told me not to.
What? Would you care to explain your evidence? No, she's gonna get that statement, like, strike up from her testimony or something, probably.
I request that she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
If you disagree, then prove it that it is relevant to the case at hand.
Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nena.
All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nena, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard.
Wait, that means that while you were still coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard.
Yes, but only for a moment.
This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there?
Yes.
She's hiding something again. What about Nena? Were you able to help her?
When I got down to the courtyard, Nena she was gone.
Gone?
Yes, and I never saw her again after that.
Any idea what happened?
That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up.
I seriously doubt that. Alright, Nena's the killer. She's the previous queen. She did some sort of, I don't know, for some reason she would have done some sort of summoning. Those 3 things are probably all true. But how can Nena simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. What if Nena is still doing a spirit channeling? At this moment, she could be disguised as anyone right now, and no one would know. That would be so cool if that was the twist here. The only question is what shall I do? Why Shadu was in the courtyard, Nena disappeared to why Nena disappeared. I think 1 or 3. I mean, clearly she doesn't know where she went. I don't think she has any reason to necessarily believe. I have a hunch, but I don't think there's any reason to say. I think why makes the most sense. Why do you suppose Nena disappeared? Even an educated guess would help.
For example?
For example, maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child? You know, something like that. Wow. This is going back to like game 4 Apollo here. Like asshole Apollo.
Such impudence. Nena would never leave me merely for acting spoiled.
You're not even gonna deny your behavior? In any case, it seems I was wrong. Moving right along. Rafa must know something. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the dog. Do you have any idea why that dog was in the courtyard?
No.
Well, she brushed that off real quick. Could you please think a little harder?
Those puppy dog eyes will not help me recall something I know nothing about, Hornhead.
Puppy dog eyes? Apollo, we already know the answer to your question, remember? Oh, right. And it really has nothing to do with the case. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? I thought this was the least likely.
What do you mean?
Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment.
No.
Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. Sounds like somebody had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air.
You're right.
And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased with the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean...
It's my father and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a fellow breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain.
How can you be so sure?
When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed curse spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water, and if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way.
But those footprints just stopped. How do you know she didn't take her shoes off?
But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga.
Huh? Then...
That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana.
That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there.
Now do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that is supposed the third party at the person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination.
Another glorious education! Deduction! All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Garan! Bow down before glory, witless lawyer! Did those guys fanboy any harder? Is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana?
I believe it is around 2:15.
I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah, I know what you're getting at. Yeah, that might explain his scream.
Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream?
Certainly, Your Majesty. Mr. Inga screamed because... he saw a ghost. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Are you suggesting that the body was moved?
I think the minister was moved from his private quarters. I think the possibility... Oh, does exist, yeah. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there's a possibility.
What utter nonsense. Rafe had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone would have transported the body unnoticed?
You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I don't know, I feel like it's not impossible. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities can coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Well, okay, if he was attacked, then, I mean, that's probably why he would have ran off to the tomb, right? Like, he ran out screaming, ran to the tomb, and then died there. Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? Well, it's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb.
I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Satomati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Alright, incoming autopsy report in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yeah, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife. Without a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
No, cause, like, how the fuck are you moving that fast with a knife in your back? How are you moving at all?
How dare you bore me like this?
Huh?
You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence.
Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing.
Your Eminence.
Oh, you almost caught it! Nayuta?
You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain.
Now hold on!
Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain.
Nayuta has a point. Normally most people would notice a dagger in their back. Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. You're not gonna help him, Phoenix? You're just gonna stand there? Still, in this case, if it's the word normally that we should empathize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. Oh, must be something that explains this. Oh yeah, all the drugs he was taking. The heroin, that probably juiced him up. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that.
Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed?
Because a man was taking hard drugs.
Those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence.
Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. And with this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. I'm more shocked with the idea that, like, he was able to move at all. Pain or not, you get stabbed in the back? I guess he just got really lucky that she missed some vital point in his spine. Didn't paralyze the man.
You can't mean...
Mr. Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. Wait. Okay, so what we're saying then? Nana went into his house to help him with his painkillers, and instead of using the needle, used the knife. And so he was just like, oh, man, that needle's really hurting today. Oh, what'd you do, Nana? And he just didn't care. And then so he just left.
Then, are you suggesting that Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am, your majesty.
So then when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well.
Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Now, explain the gun then. Because if he ran all the way to the tomb... I don't know why he decided to run to the tomb. If he ran all the way to the tomb, when did he have time to, like, shoot a gun or pull out his phone? Because, like, okay, fine. I'll accept that, like, a dead man walking like that may have made it to the tomb and then bled out in there. But that's all he would have done.
Holy Mother of Kurina, we're dealing with the living dead here.
Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And then once Mr. Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from his blood loss. He had to get prepped for the hostage situation. Oh yeah. Oh man. Okay. Well, thanks, Nate, for the drugs. I gotta go work on my hostage exchange now. Running out of the house screaming because of a knife protruding out of his back. Gun could have been used earlier? When? The gun was found in the tomb. Shots were found fired in the tomb. He used the gun in the tomb. Because the bullets matched his gun. He had a phone out in the tomb. I mean, okay, actually that one maybe he was like walking and talking, but while screaming with the knife in his back. Sure, I guess. Could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss.
Nana killed my father. There must be some mistake.
Vets would like to call Nana to the stand.
You can't just magically call someone we don't know where they are.
They don't just magically appear.
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever?
Well, there's no real proof, but...
What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now?
I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But... I have a sneaking suspicion Nana's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now.
You're full of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives.
No. Simple fact is I've always believed in that Dirk is innocent.
Still you claim to your pretense. Very well. I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As Queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with a wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate.
Wow, bribery right in the middle of court. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that? That's just wrong.
Look at all that has transpired in the kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
Are we gonna actually get a choice? Can we get like a secret end? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? I'm taking the deal because I want to see if this is like a secret end. Oh, we can save on this one. We'll be executed if we lose this trial. Can we divine some evidence with the ritual? Well, we have to first convince Rafa to actually do the ritual, but she's currently not in the right state of mind to be doing something like that, so still waiting on that one. Or Trucy will lose her father. I feel bad for Athena, too. And besides, life is precious. It's not something you should gamble with. Still, I made a promise. Wait, did I accidentally pick the right option? I hope not. I expected this to be like a obvious fake ending. That's why I picked it, because I wanted to see it. There's one more person I can't abandon in this time of need. Which leaves me with only one choice. Okay, I guess we haven't had fake game overs in a while. I feel like they were more common in the DS games. Nice try, Gran. Looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I want to drag you into this, so don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. Yeah, I know I said Vanded the defense. I deliberately picked it because I wanted to hopefully get like a fake end where we take the deal and go home and leave Dirk to die. But I guess we don't get fake endings in these 3DS games.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me.
You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose the case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing?
I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out in the open. You can't just give up because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. Can't just abandon that.
What duty you're willing to die for? And yet,
Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rafa looks like she's really struggling.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you're destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there'll be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she has had to face.
Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless, of course, the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say new evidence indicating a different suspect. Let's take a look and let's think this one over. Well, the blood we've ruled out. The knife is here on this one. Not in Dirk's hand. Why is that? He had to been shooting at someone. Probably wasn't Dirk. That might be evidence enough. I don't know, I think there's a couple things here we can definitely use. I mean, it kind of has to exist anyways, because like if it doesn't, then we don't have a trial. Of course I have some new evidence.
Do you now? How very interesting.
Why doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. What if it's planted evidence? She knows this evidence exists because she's responsible for it. Oh yeah, we can't use this, hey, because this points to... Oh, this is Inga's. But why was it in here? Like, he wouldn't have put it in here, right? The gun being shot, something... Where's the bullets? Are those not part of our thing? That wasn't evidence? Fingerprint was found in the inside of the lid, stained with the victim's blood. We didn't... Do we know whose fingerprint that is? Can we run with that? Hasn't been proven. Oh, I don't know, can we use this to like point at the gun and how he was shooting it? Or do we try and go off the fingerprint? Because I can't see anything else that was here. Yeah, someone put this in the burner, but we can't really do anything with that either. That's going to be for the next part of the case later on. Kind of want to go with this fingerprint.
Take that!
No? Okay. I'm going to try the picture next. It's got to be one of those two things. I can't think of anything else that would be. Because we're trying to prove that there's still a third party, but I don't think we can... I think, for now anyways, we can't really say it's Inga. Wow, I'm surprised she asked him to do it. Thought she would have just done it herself. Oh, wait. Maybe this is the answer, because it's pointing us back to here. Implying that it doesn't exist. I mean, that's a classic way to go. Yeah, it's saved. This is the right answer. That's a classic Phoenix Wright move there. Say that there's no evidence, and then pull out evidence. Such evidence does not exist.
Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head.
Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one, then. I don't know, I think there's a couple pieces we could, like, maybe argue, but I wouldn't know where the game would want to go with that evidence. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Okay, I see what the strategy is then. We're going back to Inga. Or Nana killing Inga, I mean. Which I think there is evidence for. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need, even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Korean. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting? Certainly wouldn't be easy, but it's worth a try. Whoa, wait, are we just gonna ask Inga? Your Majesty? A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
You mean you'll be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that?
With the help of a certain someone.
You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Do we get to pick? Oh, I guess it has to be Maya. We don't have... Pearls isn't even on here. She's not even on the list. Wait, can we ask the Queen to do it? I don't think she's going to agree to it. I think we have to ask Maya to do this. Oh, you think we should try the summoning, the seance again? I thought we were just gonna go straight to summoning Inga. Why don't we just go straight to summoning Inga? Ask him directly. If she's not willing to participate, like, why not just get someone to summon him? Get him in here. Who killed you? He'll tell us, right? Yeah, I guess we need to do the ritual. One step at a time here. I'm sure we'll get to summon someone at some point.
But that is... me.
Here in Kurin, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. You're right about this. Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nena stabbed Inga. It'll be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Okay, well, think about it this way. If she really did stab him in the back, we're not going to get to see anything. She won't actually have to see him die or get murdered because it'll be in the back. He wouldn't have seen it. Your benevolence, we need you and your power.
You need me?
Objection!
I said, simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Well, you think Inga would, like, say it was Dirk? What reason would he have to say it was Dirk, though? Like, if he was killed before he entered the tomb, if he was already murdered and he was already, like, dead man walking, he would have no reason to say it was Dirk because he would have already died. Maybe, at best, he might say, I don't know who killed me. Because he probably wouldn't have thought it was Nena giving him his pain meds, quote unquote. So at worst, I think he would say he doesn't know. I don't see why he would say it was Dirk. If it was somehow Dirk, then that would throw off like the last like hour and a half of testimony. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now.
Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty?
Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I'd imagine there's be a problem with handing down a verdict without one.
Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Kurenese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Insolence!
Now that law doesn't exist.
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall.
Huh?
As ruling sovereign of Kurene, I proclaim the following.
She writing that with her fingernail? You can't just write it in the book. That's not how that works.
Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
She has the power to do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand.
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his loyalty guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in the most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred on your insights of late. Was not the barbed one overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone.
Can't just change the law because you're trying to cover up evidence via seance. I guess if you're the queen, you can.
The Sacred Hall of Justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless?
Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter? Look, if her mom doesn't want her, I'm sure Phoenix would take her.
So, Mother, you think me worthless?
I'm just like, at some point here, she's just gonna jump behind the defense's bench and refuse to move. Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Wafer fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot.
Come again?
This has proven to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life in calling Wafer to perform a deviation seance?
Let her go home and rest. I need to see what this is. Where this is going. Even if I say I believe in her and want to call on her, the truth is, I really don't know her that well. Your benevolence, maybe you should go on home today. I'm sure you could use the rest. Are you sure about this, Apollo? If we don't believe in her, who does she have left? You're right. Besides, without her, we'll never get the proof we need. Yeah.
So, it would seem I truly am not needed here.
I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Even though he just said, we don't need it.
Oh, that I do not understand. If I fail, you'll be put to death.
I knew you collapsed in your previous attempt. Can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction. In that courage.
My courage?
Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it is as Mother said. I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all.
Huh?
In the trials I've been a part of here in Nicodine, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads in finding the truth.
Vital leads? My seances?
So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
I... Wafer, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once.
Why didn't the queen just, like, write in her book saying that seances are banned from trials? Entirely. Like, why'd she just write optional? She could have prevented this whole thing by just saying, well, no, I don't want seances anymore. They're banned from trials now. And then we would have had to move on.
What did you say? I said no, Mother, for I am the royal priestess of Kuriin. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. What had in this hall of justice do? He proved to me that to be by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. Deviation seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk.
the people would riot. Yeah, maybe they would. Maybe she was just being careful. That's a good point. Your benevolence.
Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mere reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Bob had disapproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana. I have believed in them all above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Korean should function. Therefore, the whole of justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. This is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, your benevolence, is a product of what you've learned in your struggles so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient.
Mother, I'm done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I'm scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Rafa.
I am the royal
Alright,
priestess
attempt number 2.
Rafa Padma Kurain,
And before she just collapses again. Whoa, she removed it herself!
and I am prepared to face my father's death.
She removed it herself. That's a good sign. Your Eminence. Seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Yeah, she removed the cape by herself.
Rafa. Then, let us proceed with the divination seance.
Victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Igna's memories are going to show us. It's actually walking a really fine tightrope. Needs to not piss off the people during this case and let the lawyers fail in their
Holy
defense.
Mother,
Yeah.
we hold this divination
She can't
seance
exert
in
too much
your
power
name.
because it'll make the people suspicious. This is all about her putting on a show.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
I bet you, like, she was tampering with that crime scene. She was setting up that crime scene for us to fail. Not to frame anyone in particular, just to make the defense look like fools.
O dance of devotion,
And set traps.
guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Yeah, like her saying no defense would have been a little step too far. I think banning the seances, she might have been able to spin that. But optional definitely is a safer play than banning for sure. That would have been a much riskier thing to do. Do you think Inga viewed the world? Like literally how he saw it? Yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna see something really interesting here the moment this starts. This is gonna be a good one. I also think that like if he ran to the tomb to die, we're not gonna have any idea who killed him, because if it was Nana and it was in his house, then obviously she's not gonna be in the tomb. So we're probably going to keep that a mystery for a little longer. I kind of wish we got more of these seances. Like, the fact that we had to do some of the cases back in America means that we didn't get as many of these. But I think, as we're about to see here in a moment, there was some cool stuff that they could have done with this mechanic. I feel like this mechanic is probably one of the best additions they've done to the trials, and also the most underutilized. Yeah, so he's already here. So he's alive. He's 100% alive. He's just sitting here chilling. Maya's tied up in a bunch of ropes. Can we see Maya? Please turn around and let's see what man's voice. That might be Dirk. Maybe someone else. It's right beside him though. That's where he died. No face. Interesting. Huh.
What in the... A faceless being?
What the heck? His face, it's just like a picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw?
More like didn't see.
Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose that the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup?
Nah, I don't think so. Talk about sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to? Why are they laughing?
Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Duck after he slew my husband.
Uh-huh. That figure didn't even have a mouth. I mean, let's be real here. It's just because Inga didn't see his face, so he doesn't remember it, and that's why it's not visible in the memory.
I think we're done here, lawyer.
How so?
You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain went to the tomb where he was eventually found dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb, and felt great pain no less.
Oh, that.
Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb.
Everything just backfired. Big time. Wow. Gran has the devil's own luck, doesn't she?
Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words.
Yeah, he had to take notes on their appearance, right? Because he's not very good at remembering. There's a condition for that. Actually, there's a game I've played before where that was like the crux of the plot, was someone had that condition where they weren't good at remembering faces. I feel like I have that to some degree. Probably nothing you could like medically state on paper, but I'm also terrible with faces. Like absolutely horrendous. I sometimes can walk through a store and I have to do a double take on my own mother because I don't remember what she looks like sometimes. It takes me a bit to like, I have to look at people and I have to focus on them and I have to think about them. Someone I've seen every day for the last 30 years. I still have to like do a double take to make sure it's them. Because I'm not sure. Because I don't recognize faces.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make his hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh.
He missed at point blank? With 4 barrels? I don't know about that. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay, around 3 p.m. my father was waiting at 2 to make the hostage exchange. Okay. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. Yeah. And he put down the cup, so it's not definitely not a wine stain on the ground or anything when he fell. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly heard Dirk's voice. Ah, well, hang on here. It's a man's voice. It's not Dirk's. We don't know it's Dirk's. Let's not presume. Next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. Okay. Explosion. Probably the gun. I'll give him that one. The explosion's possibly the gun, but I feel like even that's fake. Okay. Been waiting vigilantly when suddenly hear Dirk's voice. I'm gonna try this one. I want to try the man. It doesn't say Dirk's voice, it says man's voice. I wanna press him on that one. Oops. How do we do this? Select. Sound.
Objection!
He doesn't know it's Dirk's voice. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation.
Inconsistency? Where?
Mr. Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. Just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Okay, that's not at all where I thought we were going with this, but glad that we came to the same conclusion. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the Founder's Orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind?
Then whose voice was it?
It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
Voice of a third party wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Mr. Inga heard with this. Yeah, it's definitely going to be here.
Take that!
That explains part of this picture.
That's my father's.
I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice. Oh, I have to move it? Can't believe it. I didn't have to move the last one.
A cell phone?
Right. I believe that the voice Minister heard was of a call in the cell phone.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your Eminence's view on the matter? I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision.
I didn't even think about the whole not looking thing. Like, I was just totally stuck on the idea, well, it doesn't say it's Dirk's voice. Surely he would have known it was Dirk's voice if that's what he saw. But no, we were just like, he didn't even turn to look. Like, oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if it was me in that position, gonna be honest, I wouldn't have looked either. Because that's just not what I do. Like, if I hear someone come in and I hear a voice, I don't turn to look at people. Like, that's perfectly normal to me, is to not look at people when they're talking. So I would never have thought of that angle. I mean, clearly it's a subordinate's voice. That's what it says here. Who, I don't know.
It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates.
That could be a lot of people. He's kind of the head of the country. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? Wait, do we have the cell phone? Can we, like, check the call history?
My father had members of the secret police position throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, Bobhead. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds like could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Alright. Let's start this. So I'm paying attention to the thoughts here. So incense, grapes, okay, sour, yeah. I mean, it is wine. So I've heard anyways. I would imagine it's pretty sour. We're talking about rotting grapes here. Footsteps, his own. Subordinate's voice, also constant. That's from the phone. Incense gets a little lion's roar. Dog's bark. Okay, the dog bark I think we can explain. What the fuck was that lion about? Father took a call to Subordinate Palace. Next moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Just tag missed. Okay, hang on. What about that lion? I don't think we can... there's nothing in here about that lion. We're just ignoring the lion for now. Okay. Dog bark, I know where that's coming from, but what the fuck was the lion doing there? Those are new. The lion and dog barking are new in this revision. I don't know why there's a lion, though. Do we have anything about a lion? I don't think we knew about a lion. We knew about the dog. The dog was barking because he attacked... Wait, but that was at 2 p.m. Didn't he not go here until like 2:30? Huh. Was there another reason? When else would we have heard a dog? Like lion's roar. Excuse me? Okay. Next moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Yeah, that's where the pain would have come from, right? Father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. Can we say it was the attacker with certainty? Oh yeah, the bird in the plaza was lion-like, so maybe whoever he was talking to was in the plaza. That's right. I keep forgetting that bird exists. This might be mentioned like 10 times. Oh, wait. It was in the plaza, right? Hang on. Dog bark and lion's roar, that means he's not in the he's not in the that means he's not in the palace.
Objection!
Unless they have one of those birds. I mean, they are the royal family. If anyone was to have a rare exotic bird, it would be the king and queen. Hate to break it to your benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again.
What do you mean, again?
Smooth move, Apollo. Think you just hurt her feelings. that is the stern, disapproving look of a father. Right there. Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely... If she's orphaned after this, I could almost see him, like, volunteering to take her in. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final testimony.
What do you mean by that?
A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find it strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. Let me ask you, do you keep lions there?
No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog.
Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet?
Besides, there aren't any lions in Korean. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid.
Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. Lines who are coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in... I mean, it could be in the jungle, too. You never know. Isn't that the cry of the warbat over in the bazaar? Next, she's gonna tell us that they do have a warbat in the palace. Your Benevolence, do you think you can clarify that voice for me?
Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this?
Just as I suspected. It was the call of a warbat. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace.
But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have?
She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? It might help us determine who he was talking to. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. Yeah, that too.
But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area.
Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rafa the real source of that sound. Will do.
Well, Haunted, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Oh, where is it? I don't remember which one of these it was. Oh, was it the firecracker? Oh, do we present this for fire? Okay, we know that Dats was like playing around with firecrackers in the bazaar all day. Do we just present this and talk about firecracker? Because I don't know what else would even be relevant to a firecracker. It's the only thing that mentions it.
What is that?
It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claims that Dats the rebels threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Oh, does it also say that? I guess I should have actually read it. Oh yeah, okay, so it does, like, mention the incident in the bazaar. I was just going off of, like, memory from what we saw and him mentioning it. I forgot that was actually mentioned in the thing.
Then...
Yeah, sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Because I feel like, because it was a consistent volume, right? Like it was consistent in the same volume as the warbat and the dog barking. If it was the gun, it should have been a lot bigger on screen, I think.
And yet a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that?
Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged?
No, I have none.
Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can. And it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of Starling LB with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky Dats a rebel. Is this all part of the coup he was planning? He was actually working with the dragons? That changes the motive, doesn't it? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. Or maybe Dats was just, you know, in the vicinity. We don't actually know if he was talking to Dats. Dats is very loud, and firecrackers are very loud. There's no reason to believe to not believe that it was just in the background, and that's what he heard.
I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble.
Hey there, AJPW. Y'all can thank me later.
Okay, this guy really is the new Larry. Like, he does something stupid. Like, he just acts wacky and then ends up being, like, a key component in the trial. That's exactly what Larry did. He would always do something stupid out of left field, and it ends up being, like, the most important piece of testimony or evidence presented in the trial.
No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arabelle. Your benevolence do need to revise your insight. It would appear so.
Can he have done it, please? What, you think Dad's killed him? Nah, I can't see that happening. Especially since Dats was in the bazaar at the time of the murder. He wouldn't have made it there in time. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find out another inconsistency. Okay, around 3 p.m. my father was waiting in tune to make the hostage exchange. Drinking grape juice, gazing upon the picture of Holy Mother. Father took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. Next moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. True source of that loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw, and the final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Alright, so those are all clarified. We can rule that one out, we can rule that one out. We can rule this one out. So that leaves us with grape juice and gazing. Around 3 p.m. my father was waiting in tune to make the hostage exchange. Okay. He was stabbed in the back and collapsed. How do we confirm that? I think he was too. Interesting, he only ever heard his own footsteps and nobody else's footsteps. Incense gets more intense the closer he gets to the picture. That's fine, I think. First statement, 2 p.m. note, you think? Well, we can't use that though. We can't use evidence right now. And we know his death was at 3, and we've now confirmed that he was definitely alive until 3 o'clock, so I don't think that's gonna be part of it. I don't know what else we can compare against here. It wasn't 3 p.m. though, it had to be 2 p.m.? Why did it have to be 2 p.m.? Because he didn't... No, that's right, yeah, because he was waiting... Right, no, yeah, because he... Are we still going off the idea that he was stabbed by Nana in his house? Because I thought we were, like, done with that. I thought the whole point of this was that, I mean, I guess some of it might be true, but I don't, like, that doesn't mean all of it's true. How do I present with evidence? Read the note? Oh, yeah, true. Right, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it would have, all that stuff would have been at 2 o'clock. Right. Oh yeah, I guess I have to let it play a little bit. It's right around here. Where's the explosion? I guess right here. We'll probably do the explosion, I think that's most likely. Wait for it. Okay, there we go.
Objection!
Yeah, that's right, because the statement says 2 o'clock, so therefore that would have been, the call would have been taken at 2, meaning he did not die at 3 o'clock. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. Regardless of anything we've discussed previously, this is the fact right here. This is incontrovertible proof it was not 3 o'clock. You say the murder happened around 3, which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence.
I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3?
Yeah, that would be his testimony, of course.
Take that!
I'll be your guide's statement. Again?
Yes, because to summarize what he said. At around 2 p.m., Shadu was surprised by a firecracker and ran to the palace courtyard.
Around 2 p.m.
That's right, 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m.
Are you suggesting?
I think you know where I'm going with this. That's his laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to LB's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. What's the chances that, like, the Queen's breakdown is her, like, scratching her own face out with those nails? Because she looks ready to, like, pounce on someone here.
Dare I ask?
It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Like, look at that! She's ready to attack. I think she's just gonna go crazy and, like, start scratching herself, because there's no way she's gonna, like, jump over the bench and attack Apollo.
How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken?
Oh, or they could just break off entirely. That's a little disappointing. Now you see why justice will always prevail.
Peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that?
I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
You are absolutely right. Without a face, we cannot be certain of who it was.
Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when... My mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer could have easily slipped in unseen into Amara's tomb.
Offense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead.
I like that we just went back to Nayuta while Queenie over here fixes her nails.
That the face did not appear at this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day.
He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. Question is, why? Apollo, maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. How can anyone be so sure of something like that? Long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes. We can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine that this is how faces appear to him in life. Now, I wouldn't say they're that blurry for me, but notice how like the eye patch is like the most distinctive feature? That's literally, if my mom didn't wear glasses, it would be that much harder for me to recognize her. Like, I have to memorize what she's wearing that day, and I have to memorize what glasses she's wearing that day. That's the only reason I can find her. Okay, let's say the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really?
Well, defense, you have anything to show to this court?
When you get that checked out? Nah, it's fine. It's not, I don't think it's as bad as like they're making it sound here. I won't think it's a disorder. But like, I do have, I need to like stop and think about it a little bit. Yeah, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again. I just chalk it up to not being good with faces, which I don't think is a disorder. I don't think it's this bad. Here's his notes.
Take that!
A notepad?
Yes, it was found in Mr. Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How?
The vision we saw is exactly what Mr. Inga saw with his own eyes. It is who he saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Mr. Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics.
Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me.
Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you?
He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
So Mr. Wright was right. Can I recognize my own face? See, that's a little harder to answer because the only time I see my own face is in isolation. Like in a mirror, right? Like, usually when you look in a mirror, there's only you in the mirror. So, yes, but, like, I don't know, if I was, like, someone else and I had to pick myself out in a crowd, I couldn't answer that.
The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this.
So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who's both knowledgeable about divination seance and aware of Igna's affliction. That really narrows the pool of people down, doesn't it? Especially since she just admitted to it not being public knowledge. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition?
A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime?
Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Group pictures? What group pictures? I don't have group pictures. I can't remember the last time I took a picture in a group and I actually looked at the picture. The couple of times I've gone to group pictures in like somewhat recent memory, I've never gone to see the picture. So, nope, not even those. Gran has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nena know about Mr. Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She is our head servant.
Back to Nena! So as head servant, she knew about Mr. Inga's condition,
And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like...
When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2. Yet that is impossible, for Ray first saw him at 2:30.
We did completely forget about that. Oh, I know what's going on here. I think I know. That wasn't Inga. I was right. That wasn't Inga. It was the Queen channeling Inga. That's what it was. Now that doesn't explain who killed him, because that happened at 2. But what she saw at 2:30, bet you that was the Queen channeling Inga for some reason. No, it must be some mistake. I mean, it could have just been like Nena in disguise. Maybe. But I don't know.
So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle.
Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Gran makes up laws?
Guess it's back to square one.
Where'd we go wrong?
She had to have been because we haven't had an evil prosecutor yet. Every prosecutor just about in case 5 has been evil. Aside from like 3. First game did it, third game did it. First game did it twice, actually. Third game did it, and no, not 4. I guess not really 5. And now this game's doing it. Or at least I'm confident this game is doing it. So, yeah, I guess 3 of the games have done it so far. I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Has Apollo not been present for spirit channelings yet? Is this gonna be his first time? I swear he was present for one of them. No, because, oh yeah. No, the only channeling we've seen in this game so far was in Korean, so he wouldn't have been here for that. And in, like, obviously any other channelings we haven't had any channeling since game 3. So I guess he hasn't seen it yet. Why would Nena try and channel a living man? No, see, but that's the thing. He wasn't, like, if he got channeled, it would have been after his death. If he died at 2, that gives people ample time to do a channeling of Inga. For some reason. Nena would be the killer and or aware of his death. Yeah. Because if Nena was the killer, then obviously she knows he died. Could have gone to channeling. Nena and the Queen could be working together as well. Hence the channeling at 2 o'clock. She was there because while Nena was killing him, the Queen was going to walk around as him for whatever reason. Like he needed to, she needed to give him an alibi or something. It's quite possible they're accomplices. Apollo, did you just... I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how.
I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was, in fact,
ghost or a clone? Yo, can we do a clone? Can it be a clone? Oh, the skies are a channel though. I mean, given who we're suspecting, I don't think a disguise is going to work because anyone who actually knew what Inga looked like and could remember what Inga looked like would immediately tell that he was way too short. The height difference between Nana and Inga would never work out. That's not to say someone else could have disguised as him, but we have nothing to point fingers at someone else at who would be disguised then. So I think it's a channeling, because a channeling affects a person's physical appearance. It's gotta be channeling. Can Nana channel people though? We don't know for sure, but I have a feeling Nana is the queen, is the previous queen. That's how they hid Nana, or the queen this whole time. They hid Mara, is they turned her into the head servant. So yeah, I think Nana would know about channeling and would be able to do it. Because she was the queen. It was the cease being channeled. It's the only way a man who is already dead could have been seen by her benevolence.
Channeled, you say?
That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kurain. Her Eminence Queen Guran and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. Well, we know of a third. The queen is still alive.
It would seem you're ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen?
Eminence. I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too.
Attendants that are in on it? Yuta has to keep up with her schedule too? What doesn't she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Nope, we're not doing that again. But she was at the crime scene. She was there, but you can't force a channeling, can you? Why would she volunteer to do that? Like, you have to be, like, even if you were forced to, like, gunpoint, channel this person. I don't think she could have physically done it, right? Because you have to be, like, you have to be in a certain state of mind. Right? Yeah, it does. Maybe somebody was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. They said the second queen doesn't have the power? Oh, okay. I couldn't remember that they said that. Was that last week? I guess it was last week, because it definitely wasn't today. You'd be screaming and panicking because what the fuck happened? How'd they get into my house again? Maybe. That's true, because it wouldn't have been like some random person for sure then. Can you channel under duress?
That cannot be.
So then, Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So, Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Oh, that's a good explanation for it. I like that one.
Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running.
Yeah, the second queen's this person here. That's the queen. Dirk's husband. But we haven't gone to... Yeah, we're still solving this first case before we even think about tackling the fake case.
Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be?
Defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand.
Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness?
It matters not.
Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Tell me all you want, witch. You'll be eating those words when I expose the truth.
Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready.
Oh, that's a chapter? Nah, we're gonna keep going. How much longer do you think this is? I don't think we're even close to the end. I doubt this is halfway. We can keep going at least a little longer. I just said Dirk's husband. Yeah. Why is that a surprise? That was easy to suss out in the tomb. Dirk was married to the old queen. This is known. Oh, okay. Well, sorry. I had two thoughts in my head and I mixed them together in my sentence structure. That's what I see. What you're saying. I meant to I was deciding in my head if I should say Dirk's wife or like Dirk was the husband to the queen, and then I just kind of combined them together. You know how you sometimes like combine words together, and then it like makes a weird new word that's like a combination. Imagine doing that with a sentence or a thought. That's what I do a lot of the time.
Talk about some really close shaves.
Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure.
Trial's not even over yet and I'm already exhausted.
Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there.
Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright?
She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Also finally seeing Maya after all this time. No, don't swap out Phoenix. Come on, let Phoenix and Apollo hang out. I don't want Athena back. We've had enough Athena. I don't mind her. She's fine. I kind of like her. But we've had her for so long. This is Phoenix's last game. Let him have his time. Get her! You want fine. Let's compromise. You want Phoenix out? Let's get her in then. Let her get behind the stand. And help Apollo.
Oh, hello, Your Benevolence.
Princess Rafa, you're really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa
Nick gets a whole case. Well, I mean, he got a couple of cases, but like this is his send-off. Let them work together. They just had a fight. Let them work together one last time. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground, and in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. Let Athena join a bench and do all three, gimmick in one trial. But we did that already. That was last game. There's literally, I think I even used it on the thumbnail of them all doing an objection together. All three of them. They already did that. I mean, sure, fine. Let's do it again. Why not?
It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you'll have my gratitude.
Oh, don't mention it.
I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage.
I thought you had servants for that, or the guards did that.
Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude's more than enough. Thanks.
But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know.
Hey you, lawyers! Where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question.
What did you do, Dats?
I blew it big time, AJ.
Dats?
Shut up, you. What's going on? The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Were you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? Vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished. You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gonna rescue her. That's why I am telling you. That's why you helped him escape in the first place. Dads, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why'd he chose to rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? Thought you believed in me. Oh, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point. That's... Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you're ready. Wait, trial's still on? Even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. I thought Maya was the next testimony. We don't have Maya. This is all part of her plan. Athena's literally done nothing in this case. Good. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Haven't we continued trials before without the defendant? Like, I don't think this is the first time. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Shall we proceed with the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. Pretty sure this isn't the first time we've done this either. Maybe it was law in this country, but I don't think it was necessarily law in America. As ruling sovereign of Korean, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Oh, she's here. Okay. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. Sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. It only took 3 games! Holy shit, I even realized that. They really haven't met. It's been 3 fucking games. It took this long. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice. And a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? I'll have you know he's been very reliable. Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So, why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Oh my god. It's happened so many times she just assumes she's under arrest. Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Satmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How would you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Understandable anger at the defense's side. Will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty.
I like that she asked, like, am I being accused? Am I being arrested again? And Paul's like, no, you're just being accused of murder. That's all.
I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Mr. Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
What, did he have, like, a pile of hamburgers or something they offered you?
It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you?
Yes, of course. Doesn't seem like Miss Faye's lying. Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. And I guess I'd better dig in a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. I feel like they did this just so Apollo and Mia can meet. Yeah, well, it just occurred to me that, yeah, they haven't had a chance to meet. They kept just missing each other in this entire game. Or at least in this case. There was never an option for them to meet. And it's like, the other two games, she's just, like, conveniently MIA the entire time. You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct?
I was exhausted after being held captive for so long.
That must have been terrible. Maya, Mr. Inga didn't do anything to you, did he?
Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things.
Like what?
Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plume Punisher.
What'd I say?
Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace.
What did I say?
You're surprisingly nice to me.
Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here?
Dude, she has experience being kidnapped.
I'm sure she knows how to manipulate someone by this point. Even if she was, like, crying and panicking the last time she was kidnapped.
He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who's responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that. Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief.
With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup.
In any case, my time of captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened...
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him.
Don't remember. I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know.
Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct?
Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time.
Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb, dressed as Dirk?
Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that.
Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. Unless you made sure she was knocked out first.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time?
Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling muta with my hands to do it.
Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right?
Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the sea spirit away anytime they want.
So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye?
Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium.
That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me.
I'll show you, childish Nick.
I don't think she's gonna get, like, accidentally possessed again. That already happened once. We all know what happened with that.
Hold it!
She's learned her lesson. So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes?
Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter, and I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo?
Well... until finger-pointing objective became deadly, I don't see how they can be used.
Aren't you forgetting something, Apollo? Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback.
I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please.
Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder.
When was she accidentally spirit channeled? Well, not spirit channeled, but like possessed. She couldn't control it. That was like literally half the plot of 2-2. Was that happening to her? And that's why she was accused of murder again.
Hold it!
Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye.
Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's personal affairs.
Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law.
Yeah, I know.
Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Is it ring time? Is it pulling out the bracelet?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
Sounds more like it's Magatama time. You made a promise to Dirk?
A pretty big one.
I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah.
Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Mr. Inga, do you?
Oh, evidence, huh?
There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needed is her own body.
If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination.
What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there'd be something to complete the deception.
Is there any proof that Justice Mr. Inga was channeled?
I got an idea. You bet there is.
Really?
Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back this up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means... he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from.
Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inga?
There was something we found in his room, I thought, but I guess that doesn't count as evidence. There is this.
Take that!
Is that a gemstone?
We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence?
What? What was that doing in the tomb?
Ah, so you do recognize it. But then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket?
I don't get where you're going with this.
Channeling Minister Ingo alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if you were wearing your clothes. So I didn't think we were going for the button. I thought we were going for something else, but I have a feeling that something else is still coming up here in a moment. A second piece of evidence that supports this theory.
So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them.
Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Karain, right? That is correct, in part. But there's more. Much more. Inga Karkul, how cold this name... What? What? How could this name be any longer or more pompous than it are it... What? Or how could this name be any longer or more pompous than it already is? Green the Third. Oh, that's a great name. That is his true name. Is this an English-only joke? Did someone just have some fun in the editing room, or is there like precedence for this in the original translation?
Could it be any longer?
Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and the true name of the one she seeks to channel.
You know, I like how Garot is just quietly boiling herself alive. Just slowly turning that heat up. Not even realizing it. She's doing a better job defending than the defense.
So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Mr. Inga.
So I've been saying this whole time.
Why would I want to randomly channel someone old guy I don't know?
And didn't like thanks to that last trial.
I can't believe this.
Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me.
I agree. There's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumptions again.
Apollo? I was thinking,
Yeah?
since I didn't channel Mr. Inga, is it possible that someone else did?
Someone else? But who else could have it been?
I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we?
Ooh, someone's a little antsy.
I don't care what Garan says. I'm gonna figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye, and the Queen has an alibi, then...
Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second.
I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right?
Right. We know Rafa saw our father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been?
Had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters.
Well, I'm waiting, defense, and you know how much I despise waiting.
Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Mr. Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now.
So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then.
With pleasure.
Well, I don't know if this is going to come across as serious, given who it is, but...
One devil, who could have channeled Mr. Inga?
Take that!
Nena.
Your Eminence said it yourself.
That's right, Nena never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters.
Wait, that dot on her forehead? What, Inga's? Or, I mean, Nena's? I mean, I think most of them have this dot. Like, he has the dot. The only one who doesn't have the dot is him. And yeah, no, Dirk has a dot too. You know what I think? Well, no, I guess he couldn't have. I was gonna say he's channeled Dirk, but then, right, Dirk's not dead. Yet. Unless he already died and came back to life. Wait! Oh no! What if he did? What if Dirk's already dead? What if Dirk's already dead? What if he's been dead for a while? Like, over a day, maybe longer. You know, the classic, you never see them in the same place as each other. Nana and Dirk, never saw them together. Why is that?
Superints that belong to Nana.
And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out if not long afterwards.
You are not seriously suggesting.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. Dirk and Nana have never been seen together. Now, we don't know because, I mean, I don't think it was really brought up. The only thing I'm just trying to remember is the events of the first half of Case 5. Because I don't think it was ever, like, mentioned what Nana was doing before she disappeared. Because, like, Dirk was obviously with us the entire time. And it's not like Rafa ever brought up Nana's absence while Dirk was in America, right? So aside from those two bits, I don't think you'll find that they were ever together in the same room. We only ever seen them apart. What if this entire time, Nana has been Dirk, and Dirk has never been seen? He's been dead for months, and that's gonna be his big reveal, is that he is not alive. That's not Dirk. That's my big, that's gonna be my big guess right now. And why only the minister's shoe prints were ever found in his residence. That's gotta be the twist. Oh, I can't wait. It's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. Like, I just occurred to me. I was saying it as a joke, but then I thought, wait, no, this can be real. All the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand.
Well, Your Eminence... Very well then. Let us call Nana to testify.
Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Wait, but, like, we don't know where she is, right? I don't think they've caught, Nana, whoever.
Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nana is in the waiting lobby.
What? Nana's here. I thought she'd gone missing.
It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today.
She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent? I'm betting there's more to her than disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Oh, I totally called this, didn't I? I 100% caused. That's going to be the breakdown. We're going to get to see her transform.
Miss Nana, do you understand why you have been summoned here today?
Exactly. Uncover truth you will not like, Apollo. He's been dead for weeks. Who knows how long he's been dead? Twist is he was never alive. Maybe I thought of it because subconsciously I've already seen this plot once before. I still should go look to see how people reacted to that twist. I'm curious.
Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime.
So this is Nana. That's quite the hairdo.
Yeah, wait, why does she have her hair like that? What happened to, her hat?
Like, I know her hat's gone, but like, where did all this hair come from that her hat was replacing? How did you hide this under there? I got a real question to ask. Who cares who you're disguising yourself as? Where the fuck did that come from?
Oh, I will say, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal.
Nincompoop? Oh, that's where she gets it from. Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her. What with all the time they spent together. Remember Maya channeling Dahlia in 3.5? Hair color was different. True, but like, where did this hair come from? Like, she doesn't have... Where's her court picture? I mean, okay, so this was pretty long. This hat is got like a pretty long trail to it. But it's not that long. It goes down to maybe her shoulders. That is way longer. That hair is way longer. I don't know where... I didn't expect her to just have this much hair.
You there, young hornhead.
Yes?
You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded.
Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Yeah, I know we have the hat. I just meant, like, how is it hiding it? I don't care about the color. I care about the length. Why is the hair so long? Where did it all come from? There's no way you're hiding that hair under that hat. I just can't believe it.
Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters.
That's all we care about, eh? Okay. I guess the rest will come later.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurein. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Garan, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey.
Nah, she disguised herself as Dirk, disguised herself as Inga, is also the queen, now disguising herself as a lowly servant. She's a master of disguises. Better at disguising. This is what they should have done with what's his face from 5. Like, that was a cool twist and all, but I think they could have done a lot more with it. And I feel like this game's doing a better job at that plot.
And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest.
On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. That Nana channeled Inga's spirit.
Alright, the defense may now question the witness.
Albie's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest?
I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel needs servant to worsen my condition.
Well, I sympathize with you, Nana. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know.
Very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I.
Except to Rafa,
Nina's not just a mere servant.
Do you even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister? What hogwash?
What other two characters we haven't seen together since this chapter started? Dirk and Maya. Oh, fuck. Wait. You don't think... Wait, what if she's just been puppeting, like... Well, okay, but Maya's alive. Maya's not dead, right? No, they wouldn't do that. There is no way in hell that they would kill off Maya. People would hate this game if Maya was actually dead. No, that was the real Maya. I refuse to believe that that was her channeling her. That would be an amazing plot if this person was just like everyone the entire time. That would be a great Phoenix Wright game, actually. If it turned out that the person who actually killed, like, did all the murders in the game. And it was just, like, because they were spirit channeling other people, like, to frame them. And it turns out those people are actually dead. Maybe Maya was channeling Dirk? Nah, I think... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because they weren't seen in the same room. Nah, I think it's her. I don't see... Why would it be Maya? Maya doesn't even know who Dirk is. They just met. I hear you're the head servant. Isn't that right?
Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits?
Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not possible for you to learn through exposure.
I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the kingdom of Kurain. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening.
Wait, but then what about, like, Maya and everyone else back home? You're telling me they're all descendants?
So commoners can never become a medium, no matter how hard they tried.
That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young Hornhead.
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nina? Like, a distant relative or something.
I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I have never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry.
Follow, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training.
It is the bars the bard one says. It must also be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the kingdom of Kurain, and your country's Kurain village.
Why aren't things falling into place like I expected?
You're just not thinking about it the right way, Apollo. You gotta think bigger.
I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right?
Yes, oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel.
Except she's actually still alive.
Poor Nina's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. I don't think she's unwittingly. She knows exactly who she is.
Amara, Queen has been locked away and her existence in this world erased. But the fact she's still alive shackles Nayuta to Grant's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right?
Wait, what if Amara did die, and somehow Naya's, like, taken the job of, like, playing Amara? What if this is just yet another disguise, except it's one that, like, Garan asked her to do? And, like, she's just using her, like, reanimated self as a bargaining chip for Nayuta. It could just easily be another disguise. Like, there is nothing saying that this can't be true.
We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him.
I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Mr. Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune.
No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. Also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you follow my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced while you do it, would you? Dana's right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Kurin. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots, once I point to one very big thing out.
Feeling under the weather, Yasmin decided to rest these weary bones, besides which a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurin. Kumar is passing her eminence. Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. Oh, is it time to pull the cat out of the bag? We cracking open that can of worms? Is it time? Do we show this? No, that's 23 years ago. I guess we can't really use that as proof. Did we not have like definitive proof that she was alive? I thought this is that picture, but that's right. That's old. I mean, you think this will work? Because like this is just her 23 years ago. Are we gonna? Is it gonna go down that train of thought, saying like, look, she's not dead? But how do we prove she's not dead? This picture's old. I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. Like, I feel like it's time to start going down there, but how is this gonna lead to that? Because like it says right in the description, 23 years ago. Like, okay, sure, we can say that she's alive, but like, how do we show that she's alive? The picture's not 23? Oh yeah, it's right, it's not 23 because of the book in the back. You're right, you're right. Okay, yeah, I forgot about the book. That's right. I remember pointing that out too. Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case.
Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation?
Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nada's testimony.
Go on.
She asserts that she cannot possibly be a spirit medium because in Kurin, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits.
I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense.
Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nana stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive, at the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters. Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nana channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo?
Hmm?
Uh-oh.
That's...
This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Kurin.
Oh, devil, you mustn't.
Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it.
But you already know that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
The defense, please explain who is shown in the photograph.
The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Kurin.
Does she also have an insanely long name? That's too long and pompous?
Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the logbook in this photo, Your Majesty.
Oh, they're not even making me do it.
The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination.
Okay, well, I mean, that could still make the picture like 23 years old, just, you know, taken shortly after her staged death. Because I don't think we were given like an exact time frame when he established the dragons. But no, yeah, it's meant to be a recent photo regardless.
Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today.
Oh, he's going all the way. I didn't think we were jumping all the way to that yet.
Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough.
Is that so?
It's my turn, Nayuta, to wake you up from the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as...
Take that!
But that's...
Oh, she looks like she's been found out. How unfortunate.
This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with an intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nena. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara, and the killer we've been looking for all along.
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell.
Has there been like a single game where a main character doesn't get it revealed that they're like parents, specifically their mother? One case, the sister. Some female, significant, important member of their family getting like called out for murder, or like being found out that they were killed, or something along those lines. Because now we've had Rafa's mom now getting accused of murder. We had Mia getting killed in the first game, right in front of Maya. We had Apollo basically almost, well, okay, Apollo got close. Apollo had to almost accuse his own mom, unknowingly, but still. We had like the entire thing with Trucy's family. Who else did we do? Athena getting accused of killing her mom for a bit there. Seems to be a running trend in these games.
Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Yeah, it's like there's always something. And like, yeah, it wasn't her mom for Maya, but it was her sister. But same thing, essentially.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Nana here? You've truly gone off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara is truly dead, you should be able to channel her spirit, right here, right now. Isn't that correct? Oh, that's perfect!
I can. Deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Oh. Oh, Kunka!
The victim oh yeah, that's right, I forgot her mom actually died in 3-5. Yeah, that was like part of that trial too. So, okay, so her mom did get involved at some point. Wow, so Maya had both her sister and her mom killed. Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Well, you know what that proves? That proves that Rafa's going to be a returning character then. That's like the rite of passage for any like female assistant in the series then. If your mom gets killed and is part of like a trial, then that means you're going to return in the next game. Nina, no. Amara Sigatar Kurin. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Queen's completely losing control of the narrative in this case. She literally had to reveal this massive secret she's been behind for 23 years. Oh, dude, she thought that she was, like, manipulating us, but this whole time she didn't realize that she was being manipulated. The only reason we could come to this conclusion is because of her slip-ups. She's been playing checkers while we've been playing chess. Right under her nose. She didn't even know it.
Oh, dearie me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young Orned.
And now the second reveal. Where she just reveals that she's actually been, like, several different people this entire game. I'm waiting for it. It's gonna happen. And if they do that, that's gonna make this better than, the detective from last game. Whoa! Wow, she even cut her hair. Damn.
I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kurain. It is I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, your former queen. Queen Amara?
Whoa, he broke his beads and it wasn't even Apollo's fault. It was a wig? We don't know it was a wig. I thought Garan's makeover was extreme.
Can it really be true you are alive and well? It is true. I feel as though I've been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I've caused all of you a great deal of stress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Gran. I am safe now. Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Gran. At the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Gran, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
Yeah, she's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. Never even guessed she was living as a servant,
right in plain sight.
I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quite humble experience, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Horned Head.
You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with.
If there is something else you wish to say, then say it.
Doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer.
What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A grand pieces of criticism. You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people.
Yeah, virtually. She's still human. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god?
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew he could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right?
Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself.
Wait, how can they regard her as the Holy Reincarnation if they don't even know what the Holy Mother looks like? Maybe a grand figure in Kunanism. But as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me.
It would appear that your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive this impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks.
Yeah, the first thing I focused on during a penny show was her ass. hey, someone was asking for ass shots for Phoenix Wright yesterday. Got your wish. We got plenty of ass shots here. And I don't just mean the wide shots. I mean close-ups.
Fear not, good majesty, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, understand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. All compassion overfloweth your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw.
Huh? There's a flaw?
Nayuta.
Yes, your mercifulness.
Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered?
The Dirk Submadi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga.
I see.
That is a fatal flaw indeed.
It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is.
Yes, your mercifulness.
Her benevolence, Queen Rayfa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb at around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then when she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb.
Oh, yeah.
Had she tried to exit before you all arrived? Princess Rayfa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort.
Wait, didn't the queen kind of just show up out of nowhere? Like the real queen? No, but yeah, I guess she can't channel her. But how do we know that she didn't just disguise herself as the real queen for a bit there? I mean, the queen, up to this point, at least back then, all we saw the queen in was like those big robes that cover pretty much her entire body. Maybe she just had one of those lying around and wait for this very moment.
And she came walking out of the tomb in those robes. And just like, you know, normally disguised herself as the queen.
In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet she was there in the tomb when the murder was discovered. Defense?
Like, okay, that sarcophagus is locked, but I bet you she has a key to her own tomb. She could have easily unlocked that box. I see no reason why she couldn't have stored a bunch of, like, important stuff in there to do this whole charade. Whatever she needed in that box. Clothes, whatever. It was probably in the tomb, and she just unlocked it, and that's what's in there. We just need to find the key, and I think that's going to blow this case wide open.
No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Satmati, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes. Prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest from the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Why, thank you, Your Eminence. And the judge's job was saved that day.
Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
Yeah, I'm not saying Garan is the killer. What? I'm saying that, like, we saw the queen show up when we arrived. The question here is, how did she leave the tomb unnoticed? Because she was disguised as the queen. We saw her, like, she just came out of nowhere when we got there at, like, 2:45. I bet you that was her. Not, like, as channeling, but just as, like, she just dressed up in the queen's robes. And since, like, her body's entirely covered, it would have been really hard to tell it wasn't her.
Now I should destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling.
I mean, that or she was in the box. Like, the simplest explanation is that she was just hiding in the box the entire time, because why not?
My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Satmati for his crimes. One such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, Your Mercifulness. This too is by the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my masking here today was her will as well. Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes. Surely Her Holiness has guided me to this witness stand.
I got fucking Disney princess over here. Remember the last time we had this happen and they were like super fucking guilty?
And to the purity of truth. Oh, how magnificent. Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth.
She channeled Inga, took out his body, then channeled Dirk in the tomb. Channeled Inga, took out his body, then channeled Dirk in the tomb. Yeah, except... So, like, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but, okay, when would she have... Well, I mean, she's pretty good at changing pretty quick, so I don't know if we should really consider that as even a possible explanation for why she couldn't. So, what you're saying is, she runs into the tomb as Inga. Inga goes in tomb. Real Inga goes in tomb. She's there. Kills him. Channels Dirk's body, because Dirk's dead. Has been for a while, dressed as Dirk, Maybe she got the clothes out of the sarcophagus itself. Channels his body. And then when she leaves... But then she has to, like, okay, then she still has to leave the tomb, go back to Inga's room, and then channel Inga again to walk in again? But the part here that I think we're still missing, right, is how did she leave the tomb that first time unnoticed? How did she kill him and then left the tomb to go and disguise herself as Inga again? Where do those animals even come from? I mean, that could have easily been another channeling, but like, of who? Because it wasn't Inga, because Rafa never saw Inga coming out of the tomb. And at least, like, explaining how she left the tomb after the murder, after everyone else arrived, is pretty easy, because she could have just, like, put on a robe and disguised herself as the queen. So that's not hard. I think that part's pretty easy to explain. But I think the part here, the tricky part is, how did she leave the tomb between Inga being seen leaving his house at 2:30 and the murder? Left as Nena, channeled Inga in his bedroom, ran the tomb, took Inga out of the coffin. But, like, Rafa never saw Inga come out of the tomb, or, Nena out of the tomb. Because the last time Rafa saw Nena was at 2, right? And Rafa was sitting there on her porch, looking over the pathway for like an entire hour. So she would have seen anyone who came out of the tomb, she would have seen. That's the problem. She didn't see anyone come out of the tomb.
Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointed out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in the testimony.
What the... Then what am I supposed to do? Fuck you. I'll do what I want.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous.
And high-handed, if I may say so. Nayuta was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory.
Surely you can steal better insults than Nayuta's best. She's probably the one that taught Nayuta those insults.
Now then, to all of you gathered in this sacred hall, need I remind you?
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it.
If I had been in there, I could not be here today, for the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave.
I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... I mean, the box is probably just meant to be empty.
There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within would discover the final hope, my continued corporeality.
You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared open it because they were too scared of the curse.
Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus.
Yeah, too, when she saw Nena, she ran into Inga's room. Oh yeah, that was at 2 o'clock. Okay. No, that's right then. Inga gets killed at 2 by Nena. Nena comes running into his house at 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it would have been one of the first... That's right, yeah, that would have been one of the first things she sees. So she goes in there. She disguises herself as Dirk to kill him. And then make sure he sees it for the seance and everything. Then runs out of the tomb as Nena. Goes back into the room. Channels Inga. And then runs back into the tomb as Inga. And then I guess at that point... Well, okay, so she must have been there channeling Dirk with his Dirk. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense then. Then you know what? She probably has an extra pair of Dirk's clothes in there. I bet if we open that tomb, we're going to find, not that she's alive, but we're going to find that Dirk is dead if we open that sarcophagus, because there's going to be an extra change of Dirk's clothes in that sarcophagus. Specifically the clean one she was wearing. Because if she was Dirk the entire time, remember Dirk was the first one to run off into the tomb? She went into the tomb as Dirk, changed his clothes into the bloody one she had lying around from earlier, stood there, let the police arrest her and everything, and then the clean clothes are probably in the sarcophagus. That's how you wrap this up. Why would Amara frame her husband? She hates him, clearly. I don't know. She doesn't like him, that's for sure.
Hold it!
I mean, yeah, okay, the motive is a little weird still, but, like, I don't see why... Do you know what? She probably already killed him. I bet she's the reason he's dead. Not because of some illness. She just made up the illness excuse to like, I don't know. You know what I just realized, though? The only thing that puts a wrench in this theory? Did they not confirm that the blood... Well, okay, wait, though. Analysis says it's Dirk's blood. You know who else could say it's Dirk's blood? The Queen? You know who's gonna question the Queen? No one. Fuck that. That evidence is fake. I don't believe it. I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder.
Very good, but that truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sadmati and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next, there is no escaping such simple truths.
I think the illness is just Dirk hiding the fact he's already dead to Apollo. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, right? Like, he must have realized at some point that he's dead. It seems... It's interesting, though, because whenever a spirit is channeled, they don't necessarily realize they're dead. Like, the High Priest that was channeled by Maya earlier in the game, he didn't realize he was dead, right? Or maybe he... Yeah, because you only remember up until... Your memory stops the moment you die. So you don't realize you're dead. But at some point he must have figured out somehow that he was dead. And he's just been channeled this entire time. So yeah, that probably was him making it up. The disease is fake. The blood thing's a little weird, but I'm just going to chalk that up to being a lie by the Queen. I bet the Queen's in on this. Must be a reason why he had to make his escape today.
A reason? Ah, perhaps.
Perhaps what?
Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
What's this? Yeah, we're just further implicating him. This fake man who's probably dead. No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago.
That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to a husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not?
I bet that's fake too. I guarantee, I think Apollo has never seen Dirk. We can go that far back. Like, at least until fire. I can't... Yeah, no. Well, he was there. That was the only time he saw Dirk, was in the fire. Briefly, before he died. His entire life, Apollo has been living with her. And not Dirk.
Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage.
Sure, I guess. See how unsure he is about this? This is all excuses. Made to cover up the truth. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me.
That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did not try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Oh, do you understand now, lawyer?
This is bad. Judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Mara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How'd she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? Okay, maybe Dirk was alive for a little bit, because I'm trying to think like why she would have kept channeling him for all those years. Doesn't make much sense to do that. No, I think Dirk's murder is a little more recent. It has to be. You don't think this is the real Amara? Ooh. That could be a 2. We could be getting bamboozled right now with yet another channeling. Should be possible for normal people to... For normal people? Wait. Remember how they said earlier that she was like the reincarnation of the Holy Mother? What if she actually is? What if she's been channeling the Holy Mother this entire time? I don't know. Let's check the face. Where's her face? Okay. Where's the statue? I mean, do we have reason to believe otherwise? What if this is actually the Holy Mother and it's not Queen Amara? God was the killer. Yeah. I mean, we've done everything else. We've prosecuted so many other people of all sorts of roles and statuses. What's left? God. Let's send God to jail. Apollo said it himself. Doesn't matter who you are. You did the crime, you're going to do the time. That includes if you're God. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara isn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, defense. Do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb?
She clung to the ceiling! Turns out Queen Amara is actually Spider-Woman. She just climbed up to the ceiling and waited there. I'm tempted to pick that answer. That's a great answer. Like, she had to have channeled someone, right? Because like Nana had to come out and run into Inga's house. So if she hid in the sarcophagus, then how did Nana do that? Especially if she is Nana. She couldn't have hidden the sarcophagus because she had to come out. Well, okay, but like, her disguise is Nana. That's not a channel, though. She doesn't need to channel Nana. She is Nana. Who would she have channeled to leave the tomb? Or is Nana a channel? Maybe Nana's just some random dead person that she decided to use as a disguise. She's just using Nana's spirit. No, because then her reaction would have made any sense when it was stated that she was Queen Amara. Because the ghost wouldn't have known. Who would she have channeled? Like, yeah, she had to, because she had to leave the tomb. I don't think she hid in the sarcophagus. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Like, I think hiding in the tomb would have also been something only she could do. I think she would have had the key to that. But, yeah, she has to leave because Nana was seen... But she doesn't have to channel Nana. That's the weird thing about this.
Well, I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara?
You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder?
Oh shit. She has thunder magic too. What the?
Mercy, your mercifulness.
Dude, what the fuck?
How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense?
Do we sell the photo of Apollo's biofather? Oh yeah. I still have yet for that to come into play. I think we're going to get to the fire shortly though.
You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, good Majesty, it is quite all right. Koreanism also teaches that we must be respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation.
You have something to counter with?
Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Ah. But I channeled Inga as you allege. Well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. And for beside the dead minister, that living, breathing one would have appeared.
Oh yeah, true. Maya's in there, so that's a witness. I mean, she said she wasn't conscious the whole time, but I don't think a murderer would have taken that risk. So why didn't she just hide in the sarcophagus? Well, I guess Maya would have seen that too.
Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling.
You have Apollo's... Oh, his name. Yeah, I think it was Jove Justice, wasn't it? They mentioned it in the last part. We can get Rafa to do a seance. Yeah, get her to do another one. That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well... What if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet.
How absurd.
If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Oh, do we get to do a seance on Dirk and see like the fire? The final like moments? Oh, Apollo's gonna hate this, but it's only fair. You forced Rafa to do it. Another victim? Queen Amara, please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out?
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga?
What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's.
Yeah, but, Amara's counter-arguments are too spot-on for us to refute. Actually, there is one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? That's one heck of a face you're making. Oh, no, it's nothing, really. And yet, that means...
Hold it!
Dirk got shot? Oh, you think that's when he died? Wait, so does that mean Dirk's body is in the sarcophagus? Oh man, that'd be so perfect. He got buried right where he died. Like, oh, even with the fire and everything, like it's perfect. That one spot is like so meaningful to Dirk. Must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. I don't know. I still like the idea that maybe somehow Dirk died in the fire like 20-something years ago, and then Apollo gets to watch his his adopted father die, because we're gonna do a seance on him or something. I feel like the game could go there.
A reason? Perhaps.
Perhaps what?
perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
He died in his wife's tomb. Yeah. No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after you rescue. Oh, did we all do all these? I thought we didn't go through all the presses. Why was it in the middle? Yeah, we did do this. Why was it like in the middle? Oh, because it restarted, right. Did we do this one?
Hold it!
Oh no, this one's new. Weird. How did we already do that one? Why did like stop there? We didn't go through them all, and yet it was on that one. Weird. Holy Mother's gonna judge him.
In the doctrines of Kunism, we are taught that upon death the Holy Mother shall judge our souls. To those of pure spirit, her holiness shall be as warm and merciful as the sun. But to those of depravity, her wrath shall echo that of an angry mother to a child.
An angry mother? Was expecting the Founder's judgment to be so down to earth.
The scriptures of Kunism were the first in the world to be written such that they would be accessible to worshippers of all ages.
Can't have blood and death if you're gonna show it to a 3-year-old. Wow, that's unexpectedly progressive. So Amara is claiming that Inga was the sole victim, which fits pretty well with what we know. But was he really the only one? What do you mean? Wasn't there evidence of another victim besides Inga? Someone that we've yet to discover. Okay. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. So we need to prove that there was another victim.
Objection!
No? Okay. I thought, well, it has blood on it. It was found in, like, the side. Maybe that was it. Not sure. This can't be Amara, you think? Yeah, I mean, like... With all this channeling stuff going on, I feel like we're gonna get, like, double-crossed here with channeling. There's a lot they can do here. The channeling up to this point in the series has been, like, so underutilized. 3 did a great job. That was a really good case. But I feel like even so, there's clearly a lot more they can toy around with the idea. Like, okay, Phoenix Wright is really good at being logical and being, like, realistic. You know, he has a little bit of magic here and there. But for the most part, it keeps pretty grounded. And that's great for, like, a detective game. But you know what we don't have? We need someone to come up with a good... I mean, there kind of does exist, and I'd like to play it in the future. But it's definitely not, like, super high quality of Phoenix Wright tier. We need, like, a really good... something that becomes mainstream, like a Phoenix Wright, but it's all magic. Like, it implements magic into the plot and makes it logical. So it works in a courtroom. And we had Professor Layton, we had the crossover. That kind of worked. I think magic was okay in there. Yeah, it turned out to be fake, but for all intents and purposes, it was real. And there is another series that I might stream in the future that also kind of toys with the idea of magic, but even it tries to keep itself pretty logical too. Like, there's potential here with the spirit channeling. I think in this case it's doing a great job so far, because it's like make you question, like, okay, this person could literally be anyone and no one would bat an eye. They have perfect disguises because of magic. Alright, so I think this is the statement we need to present on, because we need to say that there was another person that she could have channeled in order to escape the tomb unnoticed. Mystery stain on that new statement. Which one's this was the new statement, right? Number 4? I think that's why I got confused, because it was added or something. Okay. Mystery stain. Where's the mystery stain? You mean this? Well, we know it's Dirk's blood. Okay, yeah, that's why he said he wasn't gonna like it, right?
Objection!
Yeah. Apollo's also realized something very important. Can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were...
And we've established that Maya's has nothing to do with this. No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. But, like, wouldn't have Rafa seen Dirk leave the tomb between 2 and 2:30? Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling out from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? This is the time after Inga ran in. It is? Okay. Inga dies at 2. Okay, Inga dies at the hands of Amara at 2 o'clock. In the tomb. We saw this. When did she leave the tomb to go back to Inga's house? Undetected. Like, yeah, when she went back in, she went back in as Inga. That's what Rafa saw. But when did she come out of the tomb? How did she come out of the tomb undetected the first time? As Nana? When was the last time Rafa saw... Right, because... Oh, yeah, because it was at 2 o'clock. That's right. It was at 2 o'clock was the last time that Rafa saw Nana, who went into the house. And then next person to come out of the house was Inga, supposedly. So Rafa saw the fake. Okay, no, that's right. That's right. I forgot that she did see Nana too. I kept thinking she saw her in 2:30 for some reason, and that's why I was getting confused because like, what? That doesn't work out timeline wise. No, it does. It does. So then she went back in, and then therefore the only other time she could have come out was Dirk. There's no way this can be true. But no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. It would have been so much cooler, I think, if it turned out Dirk was never alive in the first place. Like, I think I'm a little disappointed that we're just saying that he was killed in the tomb, along with Inga. It would have been amazing if we went all the way. Like, imagine what you could have done with that. Dirk was dead for like 23 years. And forget the reason. Let's not think about the details, like why that would be the case, why she would channel him the whole time. Work that out later. Dead for 23 years. Comes to this case. We need to do a seance to like, for the fire. You know, to like prove that he was innocent in the fire. Although, I guess if he's dead, who cares if he's innocent at this point? We need to do a seance for that. Apollo gets to see his dad die because Dirk was there trying to rescue them, wasn't he? I think if I remember the story correctly, he was in the fire trying to rescue him. And it would have been perfect because like earlier in the case, he kind of forced Rafa to do a channel or to do a seance to show her dad die. And now he gets to be the one that has to see his dad die again. And maybe we'll get to do that anyways. But the whole fire thing, that would have been cool. I think that would have been so cool if we got to... If Dirk was dead the entire game. I think that would have been a way cooler twist than just dead for this case. He had a long time in this case with the black hair. Did he not have? I actually legit don't remember what his hair color was in previous cases.
He always had black hair? Okay, yeah. I mean, like you guys were discussing earlier, hair dye's a thing. Like, that's what I mean. Don't think about the details too much. I just think the overall plot, I think it could have worked. They could have made it work. Like, okay, Amara's hair doesn't have to be white. They could have made it any other color. Just to make it so that Dirk, or they could have changed Dirk's hair color so it was any other color. There's no reason for it to be a different color. They could have, there's a lot of ways you could have wrote around that, so it was fine. But having Dirk dead the entire time would have been sick. I've only seen one game do it. I've only seen exactly one game do it. I don't even know how people reacted to that game. But I know exactly, I've only seen one game that actually has done that plot. Listen, son, if you ever manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it set its sights on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. Be betraying a certain someone if I did. He can accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't. That's not possible. The defendant, Dirk Submati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. Oh, Kunka! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have bled that much? The only logical explanation is, Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That would make sense because the blood goes from the chair where Maya was sitting over towards the tomb, which is where the gunshot would have kind of come from. He was releasing Maya, and then gets shot while doing so. That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth, and you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Maida, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Corey, when Maya channeled the monk, he was commenting on the new hairhead he had? I guess, but like, I mean, didn't you say yourself that she was wearing a wig? When she went from like Nana mode to Amara mode? She took off her wig? What if she had other wigs? What if he just got over it and that's what made him realize, but he wanted to keep it a secret because he didn't want to betray his wife by like letting it out, even if it was for 23 whole years. I'm telling you, they could have made it work. A lot of the logic they're using in this case, just extend the time period. It wouldn't have made much of a difference. Go check the tomb, but why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. Again, don't even have to move it. You would suggest? Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, Being that Queen Amara's yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter.
No, it's not an option for Inga. Inga would instantly know he's wearing a wig and take that shit off. Well, yeah, not for Inga, but I meant for Dirk. I mean, we never see Inga again. Well, yeah, but... Okay, hang on. Yeah, so if Rafa saw Inga run out of his house after he was murdered, how did she not... Why didn't she say anything about his hair? She should have noticed instantly that he had white hair. So that means that she has wigs. Amara wears wigs. Many wigs. It's not even a maybe, it's a definite yes. Or hair dye. I guess that works too. Oh wait, the hair dye spray! There was the hair dye spray on the cupboard! Fuck, solved that. There we go. Problem solved. She dyed her hair.
Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please. I'll start with my findings.
Please. Please. Please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. The explanation needs to work for both people channeled. Well, okay, well, there is hair dye. There was hair dye spray on the dresser in his room. It's not in our evidence, weirdly enough. I don't think that we have any evidence of it. We don't even have a picture of it. So I don't know how we're going to prove that. They're probably just going to say it at some point. But it was there. That's got to be it. And you can extend that to however many years you want. Dyeing his hair. If the only like wrinkle in this plan is hair dye or hair color, that's easy to solve. Anyone can do that.
A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old.
Several days? A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base.
I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as.
There it is.
Derek Samadi.
Oh look, it's the other... It's a different necklace. We needed this in Game 4. Game 6 is a better Game 4 than Game 4 was. This is the plot and character development we needed back then. We just never really got it. They blew their chance with his mom. Why? Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me. Yeah, it's the other half of the necklace. I didn't realize they were a set of a pair, but I think Duck's right. I'm pretty sure that they're both the same. Because, like, the pink one opens up. I don't think it's like, well, okay, maybe it's not the other half. Maybe it's just like a set of two. And they're just part of a pair. Because, like, I don't know how they would connect. Because if you look at this one, it does open up. Right? Like, how would this even... How would you connect this to the other one? But they're probably part of a set.
How can this be? A traitorous snake. The very head of insurgency murdered. Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under.
Nayuto is probably extremely pissed off with her right now. I was wondering why Dirk had a pink necklace too. I mean, look, I wasn't gonna judge anyone, okay? Pink is a perfectly fine, manly color. At least it was back in the 80s. 90s too. I wasn't gonna judge, but yes. Did find that a little odd when we found it and just assumed it was his. I thought, okay, well maybe Amara gave it to him. What? What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? Or Amara put hers on Dirk and we have his. Yeah, there's could be lots of things. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna fucking judge someone for having a pink thing. Dude, one of my favorite shirts is purple. I guess that's a little different than pink, but still. I don't wear it anymore because I kind of wore it a little too much. It's not really something I can walk around in. It doesn't really do much as a shirt. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Now, hang on a second. When you transform... Yeah, I know that's right. You do get all their tattoos and shit. I think we proved that with the High Priest. The High Priest had a bunch of, like, all his markings and stuff on his face. It's so weird that the only thing that doesn't change is your hair. But I guess I kind of get it because your hair... Oh yeah, here's my theory for that. Hair is made out of dead skin cells. So they're not alive and therefore they can't change. Don't ask about the tattoo. I haven't thought about that yet. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly into its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You know, in another timeline, this wasn't the plot at all, and we got like a really sick Dirk and Apollo fighting it out for like truth and justice to win the rebellion. That would have been a pretty cool plot too, actually. You believed in me that much, Dirk? I don't know which I would have liked more. This twist is great. This is an amazing twist. But I also think gain a moment where we get to see them both like work as defense lawyers together would have also been really cool. Possibly before seeing Apollo in the first half of this chapter. Yeah, I think the earliest he could have died was this case. I don't, given everything we know, like, and what they've been saying, like, he couldn't have died any earlier. I still stand by that. I think it would have been really fucking cool if he was never alive to begin with. And he was, like, he's been dead for, like, decades, and everything Apollo knew was a lie. That would just devastate him, but it would have led for a really cool trial as well. Dirk, I think I finally understand. This still means that, like, Apollo has barely gone to see his parents, and that and there's no Phoenix Wright character that has seen their parents alive. Or, like, their sister alive or something. The closest we get is them already being dead. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what it was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me two things I must do. Are you all right, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. The passing of the torch mode, the old guard steps on, the new guard steps in, yeah.
Nick, we never meet Nick's parents. Yeah, we don't even know Nick's parents. We don't even forget about that. We never see them. Oh wait, no. Edgeworth gets to see his dad. Edgeworth was at the trial with his dad. Of course. Because Edgeworth was the defense during that trial. He got to watch his dad get put away. Apollo? Detective Sky. Of course it would be Edgeworth that gets to see his own dad. Yes? How sure are you the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Okay, yeah. I mean, definitely not 23 years old. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. That is perfect, though. That explains that, because I was questioning, like, how the fuck did he get to the States without anyone knowing he was gone? It also has a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Oh, wait. Is it her? Well, yeah, I guess there's no reason to... Well, but... So here's my problem with this. Wouldn't Rafa... Like, Rafa was, like, would have noticed instantly if Nana was gone. That's why I don't think it could be her. Well, you think it was Maya? But, like, why would she do that? Why would it be Maya? That doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go and channel Apollo's dead dad so he can see him. Like, and just trick him into thinking that he's alive. What the fuck? Why would she do that? That's a dick move. Because she made a promise? That a secret promise Maya's keeping? Oh yeah, she wasn't telling everything, that's true. That could be it then. But like, wow, Maya's kind of an asshole. Why would you do that? Why would you agree to that? Oh yeah, I would never use it for nefarious means. Oh, but channeling my friend's partner, law partner's dad, gaslighting him into thinking he's alive? That's sure, no problem. When do you need me to do it? When do you want me to come? It would explain, though, because we had no reason to believe that Maya was... Yeah, but, okay. So here's a thought. So, yeah, she was supposed to come home with Phoenix on the plane. But then we were surprised that she didn't come with them because supposedly she was... It turned out she was kidnapped. Why was Inga working with them? Was he in on it? Because she was sitting there, tied up in the chair the whole time. Phoenix seemed pretty distraught. So, like, if he knew... Like, how did... If Maya was there in the States... Maybe Dirk asked for it as he lay dying? But then how did she see him die? What the fuck? This makes no sense. Why would it be her? Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time. So it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Yeah, but why was she being held hostage? So she stages a fake kidnapping with some guy that she didn't even know. She said so herself. Only to be a dick and channel a dead guy that she also didn't know. Of someone she hasn't met yet. Because, what, Phoenix asked her to? Right, and do you remember what she said earlier?
I am not overthinking. If anything, this game is going to underexplain, and this is not going to make any sense at all. It's going to be stupid. I don't like this at all. The game has a lot to carry here. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk.
A pretty big one.
Oh, that was the who he made a promise to then. Okay, it was her. Not his wife, not the queen, no one else, but it was Maya. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Fine Dragons would all lose hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he?
I guess it's no use hiding anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died.
So I was right then.
Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments.
I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? I don't know, I'm just thinking from a player perspective that, like, clicking that seems a little tenuous at best. Because aside from the small connections, like, I made a promise to someone, and then Dirk was like, well, if I told you, I'd be betraying someone's trust. Aside from that connection that has no other evidence, that's the only logic you could use to click that.
It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder.
Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. Okay, so she was rescued ages ago. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
It's that revolutionary guy.
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late.
Already is for you, pal.
Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I knew you were up to something, and I'm going to find out what. No, he's not. Didn't even stand a chance. What a silly gun. I love it.
That's kinda smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the?
Ah. What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. Sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. I've got to help you.
Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
Oh, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it. Don't give up like that.
If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play.
Really?
Alright, I like this. I like this solution. Alright. I'll give the game that. That's pretty funny. It makes perfect sense, but it's funny.
Please hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
So it was a promise that he made, or it was a request he made to her. And she was willing to fulfill it. Alright. Still a little fucked up, Dad. I'm not blaming her anymore, I'm blaming Dad on this one. You could have told the whole time, but instead it's like, no, I gotta make a promise. I can't dare let him know that I'm dead.
Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. Said he wanted to see you. One last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit.
He really said that?
Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off.
Alright, this guy really was a deadbeat dad then. Kept putting off visiting his son, and then the only time he sees him is after he died. Doesn't even say that he's dead.
And that was his last chance.
You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Yeah, Inga would have had the key. I mean, he was technically king.
Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on.
I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him.
Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now.
Very well. Your explanation, please.
Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. I wonder if you can collect Nayuta for that. It was you, wasn't it? So she was going to play Dirk to get out of the tomb, but Faye was already beat her to it. The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Mr. Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body.
Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone can drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave.
Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was...
That it was... That's right, Prosecutor Satmati. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned into a spent pale brown afterwards.
In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out from his Fae's body, right? Probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling for so long, after all. That's insane that she was able to do it for like multiple days. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Fae in her usual outfit and tied her up. Wait. Where did... Hang on. Where did those clothes come from? Where you mean her usual outfit? From where? She had no plans on being, like, forcibly unchanneled. Where did she get her normal clothes from? Yeah, where was her usual outfit? Why? Where would it have come from? Was she just having it on underneath somehow? I mean, I guess she probably... You know what? Maybe she did. Why? I don't know. I don't know why she would have done that. She had no plans to, like, stop channeling after all. But I guess she could have. We've seen it before. Maya had proven that her outfit is very flexible to all shapes and sizes of body. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. So she knew, so then that means that Amara knew Maya was channeling Dirk the entire time. Well, I guess if she had a Magatama partying on her, then yeah, I guess something was planned, right? Then Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. Maybe, you know what, maybe she found out because she tried to channel Dirk earlier, realized she couldn't, and then knew that someone else would have had to do it. I was like, okay, well, it's not going to be the queen that did it. Only other one person I might be aware of. I mean, Amara, I think, was pretty much aware of Maya at the time, so... You know what? Okay. No, you know what? That's a good explanation, then. She tried to channel Dirk, found out that Dirk's spirit was currently in use, and then just put two and two together and was like, it's gotta be Maya. And then she planned out her, you know, re-kidnapping of Maya at that point. Yeah. Nah, no, she would have known that Dirk was occupied. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. Master of Disguise Amara over here. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. What do you mean? Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? Mayuda?
Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hopes in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies.
Mayuda, how can you...
Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed.
You know, if I'm right as not being Amara, then where's the real Amara? I mean, yeah, but... Why could we believe this is not Amara? Who else is channeling her right now? It's not Maya. She's in the room with us. She was just talking a moment ago. If it's not Amara, then who is it?
The other insurgents will soon wake up from their shattered dreams.
No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not gonna sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. He's actually like a bitch. This murderer is not Amara. I mean, we still haven't done anything with the Holy Mother stuff, and that's still gonna be a thing. So, yeah, I'm curious where that's gonna come in then. We're gonna get a channeling of the Holy Mother. We're gonna have to talk to God. We're gonna have to cross-examine God. Mayuda, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name's no longer tainted by the charge of murder. None of the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence.
What do you mean?
Dirk is indeed dead. However,
What if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of the Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.?
Well, no, I don't, but...
It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sadmati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadmati to be the foul murderer that he is, and every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act.
As you wish, Your Eminence. Why isn't the unit doing this? Grant shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amar's not hostage, so what gives? What if Nayuta is dead?
What if someone's channeling Nayuta?
He has white hair. Those eyelashes are pretty long too. Nayuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Everyone Apollo knows is dead.
Very well then. Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. You're not entertaining that.
Just make Apollo like the fucking trauma victim over here. Everyone you know and love is dead, and you never got to meet them. That would break him. That would be way worse than like whatever PTSD she was suffering from the last game.
Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now let us end this raid. For the eternal glory of Kurain and its people.
Actually, yeah, how much more of this case is there? Like, is there another act to this case? Are we almost at the end of this act? Is it like a long act? Is it a short act?
Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain.
Let go and move on, right? Well, not today.
Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now.
We need to prove Dirk's innocence in the fire case as well. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, because like we haven't even really touched the fire case, and that could be like its whole own thing as well.
Defense may proceed with its cross-examination.
Like, if this act ends up being not much longer and there's going to be another to be continued somewhere, that's fine. I'm just wondering how long the third part is, if it's worth trying to do its own stream on, or if that's just going to be super short. That's what I would be worried about. Because the thing is like, I don't want to start case 6 yet. I have other things that we're going to be streaming, not next Tuesday, but Tuesday after that and beyond. Plus, I probably won't be streaming, like, the week of Christmas. So, I would hate to start case 6, and then, you know, be on a cliffhanger for however long. 2 weeks or something like that. It would be unfortunate. So I'm wondering if we can get, like, another stream out of this case. Then that'd be perfect. This is the last cross-examination, then a third part. Do you have an idea of how long the third part is? Like, do you think that would be like, if it's like 1 hour or a little more, then I'll do it. I'll do it now. But if we're still talking like 2 or 3 hours kind of thing, like a full third act, then we're gonna pause it after this to be continued. Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment.
You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised considering that you learned from him.
Him? You mean Dirk, right?
Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me. A grand priestess with his silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right?
Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before? Ah, but to think that I of all people would fall under that devil's spell.
Wow. How'd they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate?
I would advise you all here today to beware this lawyer Silver Tongue. Lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have.
Yeah, I think there has to be a full third act, because, like, we haven't even touched the fire. And that's, like... That's the other... That's the other charge that he has. So that's... I'm sure that's going to be a long thing.
Hold it!
I mean, I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime.
What on earth do you mean?
Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Kudin. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that Dirk we saw after the Mister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara.
Insolent lawyer! Forgive us your mercifulness.
Really, Your Majesty?
Objection!
Ah, but have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurain?
Yeah, who?
Objection!
Who would it be? What, you gonna indict Pearls? You want to bring her into this? Oh, come on. What are the chances?
You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't. Under circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? The third act seems eventful. Yeah, I'm guessing we're probably gonna get a pretty meaty third act. Okay, so we won't finish this today. I'll do it on Tuesday, and that means we'll there won't be Mario next week then, most likely. Because when it's just a character of what the people think of Mario would act like, always holy hates her husband, just too much feels like a bag. Yeah, that's what I'm telling. I'm wondering if Submati is dead, if Nayuta is dead too. Like, I could kind of see it. I mean, okay, yeah, I guess he just takes after her mom, sure, but that just makes it all the more likely that maybe he's, you know, maybe he is dead. I mean, that's a pretty long ponytail. You think that was his? You think that was his idea? You don't think that's just left over from someone channeling him, maybe? Okay, what can we prove here? Prove she killed Inga. Prove that she was in the tomb. I don't know if we could prove she killed Inga because she would have been channeling literally anyone at the time, right? Or in this case, she would have been channeling, I guess, Dirk. No, wait, yeah, 2 o'clock she would have been channeling Dirk because that's who he saw, the last thing he saw was Dirk. So I don't know if we can prove that it was Inga because she wasn't Inga at the time. Can we prove she was in the tomb? I think we can prove she was in the tomb. There's probably a couple ways we could do that. Maybe. Look at the Dirk body. Oh wait, the Dirk body. Do we have to... Oh, we do have the thing for that. Oh shit, right. Oh yeah, you think the necklace? Yeah, because that would have been hers, right? If he had the pink one. Or maybe the pink one is hers, and maybe that's the evidence. Either way, that would definitely prove she was probably there. Either way, I don't think... Trying to prove that it was her, like, seems very hard. I can prove Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
It seems you're ever bent on painting me as the killer.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not?
Hold it!
You're telling us as someone who knows how this case goes mostly, you knew you just like, okay. Man, that would have been a cool twist too. Just like, throw more people in there. Oh, you're dead. You're dead. Everyone is dead. It actually turns out this entire country is full of spirit mediums, and the whole notion that only the royals can do it is completely false. Everyone in this courtroom is dead. Apollo's the only one alive. Simply changing the Dirk's clothes and channeling his spirit. It is a fact that the killer altered the crime scene.
Very perceptive of you.
In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time, and may have committed an error that could prove crucial to this case. And sometimes the significance of certain pieces of evidence can change, in the face of new facts and circumstances. Why don't you take another look at all the evidence we have? You think I'll see something in a new light? Is there anything from the tomb that's taken on a different meaning now? Only way to find out is to reconsider each piece based on our current understanding. I'm guessing we'll probably have to do the amulet, or the pendant. I don't think we're going to do the picture and the blue pendant. I think it's going to be the pink pendant. You're saying that Dirk, who entered the tomb, is the one who killed Minister Inga?
I am. I stand firm with the prosecution's original charge against the accused. The only issue is whether that Dirk was alive or dead.
That's a pretty major issue.
Oh, I beg to differ. For here in Kurain, death is not the end. It is merely a change in one's address, for the Twilight Realm is only next door over.
Yeah, but then the problem becomes who brought him back, you know? Are you saying you did? Is it really?
It is. Those who have only recently passed away may call upon you in the night. Such occurrences are quite common in our kingdom.
Just kidding, right? In all the time I've spent here, I'm happy to say that's never happened to me. Me neither.
You do not fear death. Embrace it along with your guilt. Then you may begin your journey to the Twilight Realm.
Eternal glory.
Once the King of Traitors has been judged and the rebellion quelled for good, peace and prosperity shall return to our fair kingdom. Then shall the blessings of the Holy Mother usher in a new age of eternal glory. Without Queen Amara as the Grand Priestess of Kurain once more, people would be freed from subversive elements. Faith would blossom anew. Oh, you are too kind, but I have no intention of resuming my position as Grand Priestess. What? I relinquished my position as Queen and Grand Priestess to my sister Gran. And now that my would-be assassin is gone, I am truly free at last. Perhaps I should take a trip, or expand my horizons with new training. Queen Amara?
Looks like she's totally over being Grand Priestess and Queen.
In that case, I shall introduce you to some wonderful classes that I'm taking.
From our channel Dirk, she must have been at the scene of the crime. If so, she may have left something behind. Sure, but the question is, did she? Well, if nothing else, you can always try to get her to testify about something else. Right. First, maybe a quick review of the evidence. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be the pink pendant on that new piece. No evidence proving, nothing to prove I was even at the scene. Okay, this is the one we want.
Objection!
Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you?
Why, that is...
We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused?
That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did it himself.
He said that.
Yeah, but it was a lie, because I believe he was covering for someone.
Covering? How? For who?
There's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Okay, so we do kind of get to present both.
Take that!
That said, I don't think this would have been a situation where presenting the picture first really made sense.
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not?
Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You'll notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue.
Oh, now that you mentioned it.
Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair.
A pair?
If the blue pendant was Dirk's. And what about this pink one with Mr. Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing whom it belongs to.
Objection!
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket.
Come again?
Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside. On the back of the lid, to be exact.
What? No.
So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong?
I love like how snappy Apollo is. Really contrasts like just the smugness of Phoenix. Like Phoenix is more smug, and then Apollo's just like always so sassy.
Queen Amara,
It's also a little more aggressive than Phoenix.
belongs to you, doesn't it? Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around.
This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayuta,
Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him.
But why would he do such a thing?
You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Can we count this now that we know who Dirk really was? Can we count this as yet another time Maya was behind bars? Can we add this to the tally? Does this count?
Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake.
Does that mean technically Maya was also arrested again? Twice in one game?
Dirk, why do you always...
Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years.
It wasn't my mind, but body shape. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it was her body. She was physically behind bars. Doesn't matter what she looked like. She got arrested again. Maybe partially on purpose. Well, no, I guess it wasn't on purpose. But she technically got arrested again. Because she had to keep up her disguise as Dirk for a little longer.
Are you going to betray him now?
Dirk,
Well, it's too late. You just revealed your presence at this crime scene with that, I think.
This cannot be. I refuse to accept it.
Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime?
And before it really is that she isn't Queen Amara.
I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kuriin, who slayed Minister Inga.
That's preposterous!
Why?
Does this lady here understand that was behind bars? Was it? Wait. Maybe it was. I'm trying to think. Well, yeah, I mean, that would explain Nayuta's disappearance, or Nayu's disappearance. No, I guess you're right. Yeah, maybe it wasn't Maya then. Because Maya was still tied up, right? Yeah, that's right. No, never mind. She didn't have to be Dirk anymore. She could be Dirk. No, you're right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, no, you're right. You're right. That's right. That totally blanked out of my mind for a second that she was tied up during that part. Okay, good. We can strike it from the tally then.
This is beyond belief.
Mother, why would you?
Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way.
The only way?
So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmadi. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the instance of the past would have allowed that. They're prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need you to know. You staged a near-perfect crime. So why'd you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could have come back to haunt you.
I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years.
Yeah, see, I think that's all bullshit. I don't think he ever tried to kill you. She's just saying that, or she really believes it and was also lied to.
Mother.
So she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her.
Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmadi, if you have no further objections.
This cannot be. My mother?
Aren't we forgetting something real important here?
I have no objections.
Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But...
Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see.
Wait, but... attempted murder? You're not gonna charge him with, like, attempted murder? Retroactive attempted murder?
Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmadi.
Oh, here it is. Oh! Your benevolence?
I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father.
What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection toward Nana? Rafa.
Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. He has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Did we ever ask why she killed him? Because of the coup that he was trying to do? Is that it?
Bobhead, Hornhead, are you going to let this stand?
I feel like we never asked that question. There's been proven innocent. He's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Me when I'm a liar, me when I fucking lie. Yeah, we're missing a piece here. It doesn't look like we're necessarily missing anything, but I don't recall her ever giving a motive for killing Inga. And even her motive for killing Dirk seems a little well, actually, no, that was Inga that probably did that. No, that was him. Him and his gun. That was right? That was the actual Inga that killed Dirk? But her motive for killing Inga is weird, unless it really was because he killed him. If it was just revenge, I guess, but she didn't say that was revenge, right? Wait, save? Oh, wait, shit. Oh. I mean, would it have been an ending? Shit. I mean, it's too late now. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find is to continue this trial.
Hornhead. Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case is yet to come alive?
Thank you! Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga?
That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Karain.
Oh, was it for the coup?
To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy?
Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He has established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He has even the overwhelming support of the people. But even still, he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat.
You mean his plot involved the Founder's Orb, which led to Mayafei's abduction?
Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Gran and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
There it is. Finally! My bracelet. Apollo. Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made.
If I must.
"2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into a tomb and slew the minister." There it is. That didn't take long. A lot of not having to move the mouse at all in these ones, in this trial. Queen Amara, you seem a little nervous right now.
Of course I am. It is not the way of lawyers to gain advantage by unnerving their foes.
Oh, well... Great, now she's unnerved me. Focus, Justice. Just look for a habit or tell that shows she's hiding something. That wasn't it! That was so obvious. Oh, this is gonna be like at the detention center, where it's now gonna become like something else, and now we have to watch for it too. How is it not the finger? Did I just not click on it right? I missed? Oh my god, really? I missed. Okay, I knew it had to be that. There's nothing else here. But okay, with Dirk the other day though, I did not miss that. There was no pendant in his sleeve. That we had to do that one twice. Okay, it is centered. It is centered.
Gotcha!
I really did miss. How did I miss? I'm gonna need to watch that again. It was like in the view of the pupil. I guess it was just too far up to the side, I guess. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did.
Oh?
And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous?
Whatever do you mean?
She's secretly a blade. If they're not dead, they're a blade. The murder occurred at 2 p.m. I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. Why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? Rite of channeling? Didn't LB snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once.
Sorry. No can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so...
Do you take me for a fool?
How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later? Because right now... there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. Just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. Maybe I'll make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. No, a quick little enhancement, CSI style.
Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice.
Are we gonna have to like zoom into her pupil and it's gonna show a reflection of like a mirror of another person halfway across in the other room? And that's what we gotta click on?
Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness.
Ooh. Interesting scar you got there. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. Did we just get an excuse to do that? Smooth. What's going on here? The person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. Then who is it?
Take that!
Is this the actual end of the trial? No. I believe Duck when he says there's a third act to this. It doesn't feel like the end. I feel like we're just getting started with the next bit of this. I've played enough of these at this point. I would know. Queen Amara, person's foe isn't Queen Garan. It's you, posing as her, isn't it? Wait. Does that mean it was Queen Garan that was in the tomb? So everything where we said it was Queen Amara in the tomb, could that have been Garan the entire time? Two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos is almost the exact same. And you're both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you?
Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Uh-oh. She's unleashing her power. Get down! Look! Smooth. The exact same burn scar as the one in the photo.
I don't understand.
I knew it. So the person in this photo really is. Yes, it's Queen Amara.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places?
Amara's confession earlier was also false. Amara's confession here is also false?
Mother, what is the meaning of this?
Yeah, I'm thinking Amara is innocent here, and it really is the one behind the desk over there. Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact this photo was taken at 2 p.m. Exact time the murder took place.
But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So, Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime?
Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she was channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Mr. Inga. His real killer is someone else. I mean, was it the Queen then?
If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Gran wasn't going to perform it? Who is behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate someone else's alibi. I mean, it would be Garan's alibi, right? Because that was her statement at the very start of this whole thing. It's like, well, it couldn't have been me. I was doing a spirit channeling for some diplomats.
Why, is this some kind of joke?
No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigatar Kurin. But Amara being cleared of the kill means someone else's alibi is shot. Yeah, in this case, Garan. But, I mean, she's not innocent, though. She is far from it. She helped frame a man. A dead man, but someone nonetheless. She messed with a crime scene. I would say she's almost an accomplice to murder, even. Queen Amara, didn't your sister, Queen Garan, ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit away from Miss Faye's body, and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m. when you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness. So he's trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now.
Mother? Just as Minister Inga's true killer is.
She can't say it. What? Yeah, those were 100% leading questions.
No. Holy fuck. Wait, what did... I really did it. Your Eminence, my life is yours.
Isn't he one of Gran's royal guards?
Queen Amara? Bailiff, arrest that guardsman. Mother.
Gran couldn't have... Could she?
All right, get Maya back out here. We need a spirit channeling now. She has to finish her thoughts.
Someone call for an ambulance quickly now.
Wow. Amazing. Yeah, she's not dead yet. You're right. She was only shot in the gut. I was a little premature on that announcement. Holy fuck. Okay, are we certain that the next part is like super long and we would be here all night if I was to do it now? Are we absolutely certain? Because, I mean, I'm down to stop because it is like 2 a.m., but... Absolutely certain. All right. Well, if even chat is telling me that I should probably stop unless we want to be here until 7 a.m., then I think we will have to stop. It's definitely long enough? Okay. Nope, that's fair. Because I just don't want to have to start... Because, like, okay, so here's the plan for the next couple weeks. So we'll finish this next Tuesday for sure. But then the week after that, I'm going to be streaming Final Fantasy XIV, most likely. Maybe. There's a good chance it'll be a stream and not a recording. So that's going to be taking up that Tuesday. So I don't want to start a new case when that's there. Okay, week after that, don't know if I'll be streaming the week after that. So all right, that's another, we'd be starting a case early and then leaving it halfway. Week after that, I'll be streaming. So it would be like if we were to finish it now or try and finish it now, then I would be left with like half a case that we'd be doing next week, and it just wouldn't make any sense. So that's good. That's perfect. If this is like a full third part or long enough third part, that's great. We'll do it next Tuesday and we'll finish this case off then, and then start case 6 after at some point. So yeah, we'll stop this here. We are far from done here. Yeah, good cliffhanger. You could possibly have time for the Madvent hour. Exactly. We'll have because then they're also like, we'll have the Madvent anyway, so that's going to be like a little extra tack onto the stream anyways. Because this was just determining, because like I'm also doing, okay. So here's the schedule for the next couple days. So we have Metroid on Thursday. I'm picking up Prime 4 and we're streaming it Thursday. That means no Mario. But, you know, I'm not waiting till Monday to play Metroid. We're playing that on Thursday. We've got Minecraft on Friday. We've got more Metroid on Monday. That's going to be next Monday's game, is Metroid. And then we'll finish this Tuesday. Next Tuesday, we'll finish this case. And then next Thursday, I have also not Mario, but we have a couple rhythm games that I've been meaning to return to, and we're going to finish those up because they got a couple of updates. So we're going to be doing some rhythm game stuff. It's been a little while since we've done that. But we're going to do some rhythm game stuff next Thursday. And then Minecraft. And then I don't know about the week of Christmas. I'm not sure if there'll be streams that week. But the week after that should definitely resume. So, yeah, it would be, as you can see, it would be a while before like Phoenix Wright has a chance to return if we did this now and then I start another case next Tuesday. So that kind of works out. So no Mario for a little bit. But we do get like some other stuff. Minecraft will still be there. Prime 4 is indeed this week. It is coming out on the 4th. That's why I was like, I was trying to figure out, it was important that I figure out when we're streaming the rest of this, because I wasn't sure if Mario was going to be like a thing next week. If we did finish this case today, I would have streamed Mario next week because I would have done the rhythm games on Tuesday and then we would have had Mario on Thursday like normal. But because we're going to finish this next week, then yeah, there's a good chance we're not getting Mario for a couple of weeks. But that's okay. If anything gets shafted, I don't mind Mario because that's like the least important in my opinion. Metroid, the rest of this, the rhythm game stuff, that's more important at the moment. So I'd like to prioritize that. So yeah, we're going to finish this case next week. But Thursday's going to be a little bit of a variety thing for the next couple of weeks. And then we've got Final Fantasy sometime later in the month. I think the 14th, right? Not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that. I think that's the 14th. Selling my Switch's battery blub? Ooh, yikes. Does it not, like, work without a battery plugged in? Can that happen? I know that I don't remember actually. I tried turning on, what DS was it? Was it my, I think it was one of my 3DSs. I was able to turn it on without a battery. But does the Switch work without a battery? Or is that like not a safe thing you should probably do? Never thought about that. Well, hopefully you can get that replaced soon. That kind of sucks. I'm imagining that Nintendo would be able to send you a new one. I know that they do sometimes sell parts on their store. I don't know if they still sell batteries. I bought a 3DS battery directly from them, but that was like 10 years ago. Their store was very different back then. It was a lot more of like a parts and repair type store than everything else in like a normal merchandise store. Oh, it like actually exploded. Okay. So it's like a mess. Yeesh. Well, hopefully you can get that fixed up there. I'm guessing you probably have to send the system in, hey? That's definitely unfortunate. I had that almost happen to me twice. My 3DS, I had 2 pillowed batteries in my 3DS. Got some spicy pillows. I don't know how I managed to do it twice. It hasn't really been a problem since. But I had 2 batteries. I had to call Nintendo twice on it. This was a long time ago, but I almost had some exploded batteries on my 3DS. I was able to catch it, but yeah, it was scary. I was very concerned about that. You don't want batteries exploding. Is never a good time. Even if you're like, safe, it's a mess. At the very least, it's a big mess, and that's not fun. All right, well, that will be it for today. I won't be streaming tomorrow, of course, but there should be a Madvent video. We should have. I'm gonna make a video for day 3, so expect that tomorrow at least. And then we'll have some Metroid Thursday. I'm very excited. Looking forward to Prime 4. It's been a hot minute since we had a Prime game, and even though I just played them recently, it still feels like it's been forever since we had Prime. So I'm very, very looking forward to playing some more Prime. So stay tuned for that on Thursday. Minecraft will be Friday, and then next week's going to be it's going to be mostly normal as well. But we will have rhythm game stuff. So no Mario for a little bit, but we got other stuff planned. So thanks for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.